Damn it. I screwed that up, dude. I just realized the music wasn't playing for that entire intro, so that was why are hearts popping up in my chat? Where is that coming from? Is it glitching or are people actually pressing hearts? What is happening? Why are there hearts? That's you? How is that happening? I've never seen that before. What is going on? How are you doing that? You don't see them? I heart your stream. Sure, but how? How is this happening? Okay, let me show you guys on my end what the hell is happening because this is odd. Ah, crap. So you can see it. Oh, damn it. Where did it go? Okay, right here. You can see him popping up over here on the side. And now there's laughing faces. What the hell? What is happening? What the hell? What are you guys doing? Yeah, you can screenshot it and DM me. Is this like a what? How are you guys not seeing it on your side? Am I only seeing it on my side? It's on the mobile app. I have the mobile app right in front of me. I have Not So Erudite stream pulled up on my phone, and I was watching. Okay, let's see. I was watching Not So Erudite. Yeah, I don't see anything there. I was watching Not So Erudite, and some dude in her chat just like right when I got in, he's like, "Hey Tom Foolery, are you autistic?" It's like, no. Like that's a weird question to ask, and other people start making fun of him for asking the question, and then he starts saying like, "Oh, you're just so socially awkward and so, you have no self-awareness that you just seem to obviously be autistic." And I was like, "Okay, like I'm pretty sure this is the first time anybody has ever asked me if I was autistic. Like I don't think this has ever happened in my entire life of anybody asking me if I was on the spectrum or if I have Asperger's or anything like that. I would say I'm one of the more socially aware people I can think of. But the but the like so yeah, so then everybody else in chat started like making fun of this guy and saying that he was trolling. So then he starts like going in hard on me. Like now he's embarrassed. So now he just starts like trying to rip on me. And he's like, well, if you're not autistic, then why did you ask Destiny for a cam? I felt like that. I feel like that's such a like an a self-evident like question. Like, what do you mean? Why did I ask him for his cam? Like, I said so I can look into his soul while I talk to him. But the Tom, do you have the YouTube check mark? No. What is that? It's a YouTube mobile thingy that's fun. Okay. Trying to X out of some stuff real quick. You got too many things up. Too many winders. Just DM'd you on Discord? Okay. I don't think you're autistic. I feel like you'd be good at STEM. You mean like science and stuff like that? Why? What does that have to do with being autistic? Let's see. Switch back to this. Turn on my. Okay, here we go. So this is the chat. Oh wow. Okay, that's cool. I've never seen this before. Is this new? Did it start today? Question, how did you make it through the entire Katie Mr. Creepy Smith debate? The autism was off the charts. I don't know. Tom, Destiny has been stuck in the last level for 2 days now. Maybe this was why he couldn't engage with your question properly. I don't know. I mean, again, I think it's the same thing. Like, I think I think like this has been going on for months. The article just came out, but he's been getting asked about this bullcrap for months. And this is all old news, stuff that he had already been over numerous times, right? So, um, so I don't know that that's actually, wait, I feel like I have seen this before. Oh wait, no. I've seen this on Facebook, I think. Yeah, this is like the Facebook stuff. That's crazy. I've never seen it on YouTube before. You just have some qualities that resemble that of people who are emotionally controlled slash devoid, more logical than emotional. Yeah, of course. One of the things actually with my last relationship, like when it ended, I've talked about this before, like I went into a massive depression for like over a year. Like I was like suicidal and everything. Every day on stream, I was insanely drunk and then eventually very high and drunk every day. And I don't know why people watched me, but they did. I have no clue why, but um one of the things is like when we broke up, she was like, I didn't even know that you had like feelings. Like honestly, like I could not have foreseen you reacting and like getting so upset about this. And I was like, what? I was like, we've had these conversations a million times. Like I still have emotions. I just don't express them like everybody else does. I still like have the same emotions like a normal person. I just don't express them as like, I don't know how to say this. I guess I'm just not as expressive with my emotions. I think it's one of Google's selective rollouts where they update a small percentage of devices to test for bugs. Yeah, maybe I have to like go in and click an update or something like everybody else does. I mean, I don't know if everybody is like that because it seems like a select few. Okay, so I'll say this. I feel like in the real world, people like Destiny and I are very common. That is how I feel. I feel like in my real life, my friends, my coworkers, the people I know, the people I've always been around, I feel like they were all a lot closer to me than what we would consider normal online. But even with that, I'm still like, yes, a bit more like emotionally devoid than them. So, um, so yeah, I could like I said, because like even yeah, my girlfriend thought that I was the like people in my real life. One of the first words that they will always describe me with. This is always I like. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. Whether it's somebody I work with, whether it's a family member, whether it's a girlfriend or whatever. The first word anybody will ever describe me with is um. Oh damn it! I'm blanking on the word now. Um, even keeled. Even keeled. That is like the first thing people will say about me almost every time is like, oh, we want to hire this guy. Like, tell us about him. It's like, oh, very even keeled. Like, that's always the first thing. Why? What does Brittany Simon mean when she says she lives in alternative lifestyle? I think alternative lifestyles have to do with like alternative healing and crap like that. Meaning like not really scientific, I suppose. An alternative lifestyle is a lifestyle perceived to be outside the norm for a given culture. The phrase alternative lifestyle is often used pejoratively. How can I live an alternative lifestyle? Ignore mainstream culture. Okay, so yeah, she is just saying alternative in a general sense, then I suppose. Yeah, so yes, she's bi, she likes BDSM, she thinks everything's about bubbles and individuals and, crap like that. What's up, Anthrax? How's it going, buddy? Alternative lifestyle, live by the crystal, die by the crystal. That's what I think of. Yes. When I hear somebody say alternative lifestyle, I hear, oh, I think everything's decided by like the shadow on the moon and how my crystals are shining in the sun and you know crap like that, like just based on like horoscopes and bullcrap. Which pretty much means that you don't live an alternative lifestyle. It means you live a basic bitch lifestyle. She's not a crystal mommy type, though. You think that, but she isn't. No, I'm pretty sure she is. I'm almost positive she is. Sass, she's a crystal mommy, right? She does the crystal stuff, right? She literally talks about like freaking zodiac signs and stuff like that. I don't even think she cares about zodiac. What? Sass, come on. Where are you at? Sass is the person who turned me on to Brittany. So a couple weeks ago, I was talking about the fact that I watched Brittany before she ever talked to Destiny. It was because Sassafras sent me Brittany. Um, Brittany doesn't do the crystal stuff. I don't believe you guys. I don't believe it. I've literally heard her talk about zodiac signs. I've literally heard her talk about this stuff before. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I could see why most would think that, but I don't think she is. I'm having like major deja vu right now. I feel like we've had this conversation before, and Sassafras is going to jump in and say that I'm wrong. I'm, I'm, I, I'm, I feel like we've all had this exact conversation. And of course, Sass doesn't answer the question. She just says, bah ha ha. Yeah, this is not helpful at all. Um, but yeah, so anyway, so this guy's trolling me uh in Erudite's chat, like going off about how I'm not self-aware, how I'm slow, how I'm dumb, how like just a bunch of weird stuff, right? And so yeah, so when he asked like, well, why did you or other people started making fun of him for saying that it was weird that I asked Destiny for his cam. They're all like, what are you talking about? Why would he ask for his cam? Like, have you never been in this space before? Like, it's normal to do cams. It's rare that people don't do cams. Like, what? That's the normal thing. It would make more sense if he was like, hey, don't do cams. Then that might make sense. That you would think it was a little odd. But anyways, so yeah, he's like, well, Destiny's editor likes it. And so I was like, oh, okay, so it's my editor who's autistic then. Not if we're gonna it's not about me or Destiny. It's about our editors. He's like, you don't have an editor. Stop lying. You don't have an editor. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to talk to this person. Yeah, she's not a real crystal girl. She just has alternative sexual lifestyle. Nah, you guys are lying. Nope, you guys are wrong. She literally has like dream catchers in her freaking streams, like background and crap. I'm not buying it. You guys just aren't real Brittany Simon fans like me. Nope. I'm the only real Brittany Simon fan up in here. You guys don't know. So yeah, the panel was actually pretty good. It was interesting while I was watching it. But yeah, Not So Erudite shut it down. I was having fun making fun of this the troll. Everybody was dicking on him, and then Not So Erudite, I think she banned him. I'm not sure, but she posted in chat like, do not come here to settle beefs with other streamers. You can send them a DM. And then he just didn't say another word. That was it. He didn't say another freaking word. He was just gone. She has no troll policy. Oh, I was like, don't do this on my behalf, please. I'm enjoying it. I have no issue with this at all. Does she not have mods in chat? No, I didn't see a single mod. I didn't see one mod the whole time. And one of the things that like people were talking about, or they were talking about on the panel right before I left, was like her moderation style. They weren't happy with it.
Here. Back about this is because I want a cult. You know, I want a CGG cult. I want, you know, hundreds or thousands of people who just talk about debates and Warhammer 40K and how to get fit and how Jordan Peterson was based 5 years ago, but he needs to eat some fucking vegetables. That's what I want people to fucking talk about. But the truth is that not everybody is as passionate as I am about these subjects. So what I'm really saying is I think that it should be abstracted. I would love to sit here and shit talk Destiny because that's great for the fucking numbers or whatever. But I think if we actually wanted to solve the problem, we would have to extract it from him personally. Because the truth is, let's say that we said Destiny is uniquely evil. He's a bad person. He has all these negative attributes. This, and this case all demonstrate his sociopathy and psychopathy. And hear how he's individually terrible and psycho-stalked and doxed and fucked over these people. The truth is that as soon as you took him out, there would be another person who would fill the space if there's not a change in norms and mores and culture. So that's where I'm okay with extrapolating it out to meta conversation.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We have an excellent example of a well-regulated Twitch poll community in this panel right now, actually, with Erudite and Nick. They have their Super Ego Discord server, which is extremely well moderated, actually, even though they have a similar issue with EGG where they get a little hive-mindy sometimes, and they are all kind of on the same page about a lot of political issues. They do a really good job of like cleaning up the abuse aspect of that and preventing people from actually being harassed. And I think that on a macro scale for Destiny's community, it's probably a lot harder just because he has so many more people in his community and in multiple Splinter communities. But I don't think it's a huge ask for him to try to spend, instead of 10 hours a day streaming every day, why don't you stream 8 hours a day and 2 hours moderating your fucking filth?
So I'm gonna weigh in here just a little bit, not with an opinion, but so one thing that's unique about Destiny's community, other than
so the person that I'm covering up is Nick, I believe his name is. That's Kyla's husband. I think he's the one moderating the panel as well.
Size compared to me and Erudites and just about anyone else's community, which besides that one, but also that Destiny has created a separation of power from him and his Discord specifically. Did we just lose somebody? Oh, Connor's went off camera. Okay. He's created a separation, right? So he maintains that he's not really in charge of his Discord, right? That he leaves it up to other people, which, you know, some people might say that that's just to create plausible deniability. Some might say that it's an ethical separation of power. But if you guys want to talk about that, go ahead. But that's a key difference where he doesn't, at least seemingly, have the same kind of control over his community.
Yeah. We used to have a lot of problems with moderation here. There was a number of issues. One, we had too many mods. We would have like 10 people in chat and all 10 of them were mods. Okay. 2, we would have mods getting into like personal beefs, starting crap with people in chat, and then when the person in chat would snap back with the same energy, the mod would ban them. And then we would also get like brigaded all the time. We would get Nazi guys would just like rush in a ton of people. And there was a period where like we were starting to grow, and then we just kept getting brigaded like every freaking night. They would all just flood in and start saying a bunch of racist stuff. And yeah, like that hurt a lot. And then also I told my mods not to like ban a lot of these people because I didn't want them to start beef with the Nazis, and so I just told them I'll deal with it myself, which a lot of other streamers saw as me like condoning it and condoning all the racism and everything, and started like talking a lot of crap about me and my community, and saying that like we're pro-Nazi and pro-racism and, you know, anti-Semitic and all sorts of crap, that like it's not a safe space for Jewish people to go to, and all sorts of crap. It was really weird. But I'm a new viewer. I just realized you look very similar to the vocalist of one of my favorite bands. Sorry for the off topic, but the dude's name is Garrett Russell. Let's see. I feel like every day somebody's telling me I look like somebody else, so. This guy? That looks like me? Maybe. I guess I can see it somewhat. Yeah, I could see it. It like in the eyes a good bit. The nose, mouth shape. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I could see that. Long head. Similar facial hair. And well, let me blow up the picture. There we go. It's good. Have you been living a double life? Like Hannah Montana? Yep. I used to do when I was younger, I used to do this joke where I would tell everybody, I would always say, everybody tells me that I look just like Brad Pitt. You'd be like, what? People tell you that? Like, yeah, I look just like Brad Pitt, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. And then I started like doing funny like things where like there was this picture of like Brad Pitt in like black and white laying on a bed, like with his shirt off and everything, like this. And so I posted on MySpace like a side-by-side picture of me laying on the bed, black and white, just like that, with my shirt off. And I was like, We look just alike. I don't know what to tell you guys. What up, Nico? I don't know what it is. We just look so similar.
Nick and I are absolute monarchs. I do not give a fuck what you think about my moderation. What Nick and I and our other admins say just goes, and we make decisions reactively. But Destiny does not moderate.
Hold on, let me see that. What is she reacting to?
Of power from him and his Discord specifically. Did we just lose somebody? Oh, Connor's wants one off camera. Okay. He's created a separation, right? So he maintains that he's not really in charge of his Discord, right? That he leaves it up to other people, which, some people might say that that's just to create plausible deniability. Some might say that it's an ethical separation of power. But if you guys want to talk about that, go ahead. But that's a key difference where he doesn't, at least seemingly, have the same kind of control over his community.
Yeah, Nick and I are absolute monarchs. I do not give a fuck what you think about my moderation. What Nick and I and our other admins say just goes, and we make decisions reactively. But Destiny does not moderate in this way.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from? What?
And there's probably
I rewound it because I thought somebody must have insulted her moderation. Oh, obviously somebody had to have insulted her moderation because that's the only reason to react that way. Nope. He actually complimented her moderation, and then I don't give a fuck what you think.
Number of reasons for it. And I think actually the framing is really important here. So this is something I was going to talk about. A lot of people, when they look at DGG, it is a unique community. And I think people don't understand why, which I think it's unique, and it's based out of a really, really good thing that Destiny does, which is that anyone at any time can basically walk on his stream and hang out and spend time. He will talk.
I love Stardust, Erudite, and Zonia. Those are like the worst people on the internet. Those are like the worst people on the internet. You need to follow somebody named Femoid. It's a good person to follow. Mr. Girl, great person to follow. Good person, good guy. Who's the guy you've been watching recently on Twitch, Sass? Darius, yes. Darius. Great guy. Go follow Darius. But Stardust, Erudite, Zonia, they're just Destiny simps. They're just Destiny simps. People should also follow Shaylin and Darius for real. Yeah. Yeah. He has great dating advice. Yeah. Yes, Darius is, he's going to save all the incels. I like Zonia, not the other two. I think you forgot Smeth. I don't know. I don't have too much of a problem with Smeth. I've enjoyed Smith. I like Mr. Girl. I do. I like Mr. Girl. I like Lav. I like everyone. I am just a freaking hippie, okay? I love everybody. But it's okay. It's all right. We're gonna start burning bridges soon enough. We just need more people in the chat. Everybody go to all the Discord servers and post how this like awesome, great streamer is doing all of the best stuff. And then once we get enough people in here, we're just gonna start calling everybody out. All right, we got 12 minutes into this last night, so we'll watch a little bit more. I was supposed to, you're Switzerland. So I was Switzerland, but I think a lot of other people have copied the same like Switzerland like approach. So I think even like Whick seems to have like a very like, let's just keep it cool with everybody and be chill with everybody. Obviously I've not like he's able to get Brittany Simon on. I am not able to get Brittany Simon on. I bet you anything Brittany Simon would never come on. I would bet money I think if you go search Brittany Simon and Destiny on YouTube, my videos pop up pretty early. Like My streams pop up pretty high in the algorithm on that one. I'm sure she has seen me ripping into the bubbles. Also, tell them he's a frontman to a band. True. Yes. Tell them that too. Yes. Tell them the famous singer is streaming. Tom, it's because you're a level 3. That's true. That's true. It is because I'm a level 3. I'm looking to debate in chat, or am I in the correct chat? Wait, what? What? I'm looking to debate in chat, or am I on the incorrect chat? Imagine following white blood cells like Zonia when you can get prime dating advice from Darius. True. The Destiny universe is wild because it actually feels so close to metaphor. You have these asteroids that come around in orbiters of planets. Destiny, yep. Yep.
Known to us.
Interesting.
And that's just a belief I have.
No,
It's not
sure.
something I know.
I mean, like, it would be hard to prove, right? Like,
Yeah.
And we kind of have to take it on faith, right? So you mentioned that you grew up Catholic, was it?
Yes. Roman
And
Catholic.
you left at 19. Would you still consider yourself a believer? Was it just the church that you left, or did you leave spirituality?
So, okay, gun to my head, definitely an atheist. Like if somebody said, "Do you believe a God is real?" or "Do you know?" or I'd say, "Look, there's."
Oh yeah, that's another thing. When that one guy was going off on me in Erudite's chat, somebody said somebody let Comp Sci out of, out of the Destiny server. Oh, that was so good, dude. That was so good. I love that they knew that, dude. I thought that was so freaking funny. If you don't know, you could go search my name on Destiny's server, and I'm pretty sure it'll automatically pop up with like a ton of people just like whining and crying about me in the Comp Sci channel. Here it is. Ew, Tom Foolery guy is in Destiny room. And what channel is this in? Oh, what do you know? It's Comp Sci. It's always, dude. There's Dream Speak. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Always posting the goods. See, this is how we got so many people in here that day. Dream Speak is pumping it up. He posted the short. John Zerka.
I don't think you can point to the fact that these people are growing because of panels. I don't think Stardust grew because she was going on panels and getting popular off of that.
Journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
My troops are in position to begin searching the swamps for these rumored underwater villages.
That's fine. What else we got? Was just engaging. No tomfoolery allowed. Tomfoolery Show has a very interesting live streaming title for his live stream. ... 2/5/2023. What did I cover? This is in general, my dude. Huh. If I was a black guy, I wouldn't want anything to do with this knuckle dragging tomfoolery. I don't know if that's, I don't think that's related to me. Wait. This isn't really Linus Tech Tips posting my stuff. No, okay, it's in Comp Sci. It's yeah, that's definitely not. Wait, is it? No. Wait. No. Wait, is it? No, it's not. Well, it says notable. They have a notable role. He deleted the VOD and video with her. He's too embarrassed. Oh, never mind. It's right there. Couldn't find the VOD. Yeah. These people are a bunch of schizos, dude. These are some funny people. They all flooded into my server, and I invited them to join the VC. They didn't want to talk. They didn't have anything to say anymore. Linus sex tips? True. Remember, you're famous. Yeah. I gotta take that into consideration.
There's no evidence for me to believe gods are real, but I don't know that for a fact. There could be an invisible god chilling in the universe that does not want to show themselves to us. But I, gun to my head, I'm pretty sure there's no magic in the universe. I'm pretty sure woo-woo doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure like religion's not real and magic's not real and all of that. But I'm open to anything that could be real because I just don't know.
Interesting. I don't know. I guess similar story. I grew up Mormon, right? Did that for a while and then just kind of got disillusioned, left, and here I am. And I don't know. Gun to my head, it would be very hard to answer. It would be a 50-50 shot, gang. Like I just don't have enough information to have a really good answer. But I do believe, I guess, that people are spiritual beings. And let me explain what I mean by that. We do not come to our conclusions through like we think we do. We all think that we are rational actors, that we weigh the facts, weigh our experiences, make a decision based on that. It's not usually.
Yeah, I talk about this all the time. Most of our beliefs don't come from logic or rationale. They come from like what is ingrained in us and what it is that we can believe in order to fit in with the people that we want to fit in with. It, like what will help us become part of the community that we want to be a part of. Those are the two things that make up most of our beliefs, which is why rhetoric is an insanely part of how you communicate ideas, is because you're not normally logicking people into an idea. You are going to be better off, instead of giving them a reason to believe that thing, you have to give them a reason to stop believing the thing they already believe. That's kind of how the questioning starts, is like they have to start questioning what it is they already believe in order to start looking for other answers in the first place. I'm having flashbacks right now to when I watched Thor last night, and Natalie Portman's character, who is a career scientist, suddenly goes, well, magic is technically possible, so it must be real. Yeah. Yep. A lot of religions use fear. I mean, everything uses fear to some extent. Like that's not a thing that is specific to religion, and they're not really using fear as like a tool, right? They believe what it is that they're saying. Like they're not saying like, man, we could really get people to believe this bull crap if we could just get them scared enough to do it, right? Like they're not using fear as a tool. It's just fear is like part of why we do things. Science needs one miracle and it can explain everything else. Yeah. That is the quote. Big Dumb Life Entertainment. Let's go. Fear's a good motivator to get back to your corner before I hit you again. Okay. Yeah, fear isn't normally I don't know if it's normally a good way to get people to believe things. Normally, like, yeah, getting them to question what it is that they already, you have to give them a reason, whether it's fear or something else. Like, you got to give them a reason. So, I I have like I have a fear of being wrong. And I don't think that that's most people's fear. So I actually ended up logicking my way into new positions because I have a fear of being wrong. I don't like being wrong, and I have like a compulsive need to always improve and to always find like better ways to do things and to change myself and to fix things and crap like that. So me just like thinking I could possibly be wrong for me was enough for me to really change my way of thinking and change pretty much my entire ideology, my entire life, but that's not the way that most people engage, obviously. Tom, if you don't like being wrong, fix your opinion on gender, you fool. You're a wackadoodle, homie. Will, homie. Quibbles, did you see my conversation with Destiny about the document?
Usually how it works. We are often, not always, but often, we engage in post hoc rationalization. We believe something and then we justify our belief to ourselves. We create a narrative or a story in our head that reinforces what we know to be true. We put the cart before the horse on this. I'm not sure if you've read any Jonathan Haidt, his The Righteous Mind.
I know his work. I've read only like maybe halfway through that book. I haven't finished it at
Fair
all.
enough. But he talks about this a little bit, and there's been other people who've talked about this the same way. How do you think that? First of all, do you buy into that kind of way of thinking? I guess before I
Be specific for me so I can say yes or no. Like
Sure.
just
Do you buy into the fact that we are spiritual beings and the fact that we take things on faith? We post hoc rationalize our way into our decisions rather than making our decisions based on rationality in most cases, not all. Right.
yeah, I would say human beings are we believe. That's kind of our mode of being, which is why I think like our bubbles are a reflection of our beliefs. They're not reflections of a reality.
Okay.
They're just reflections of what we think reality is,
That
and
was
which is
my
why we always
question,
come to
was
head.
how
Yeah.
the bubbles relate to
Yeah,
that
for
kind of
sure.
thinking.
Yeah, for sure. And I will say, like, I do consider myself someone who practices spirituality as a means, as a tool. Like, I love using drugs, and I think drugs are spiritual. And so I use drugs as a means to like understand myself better. Or the fact that I'm doing this meditation event coming up soon for
What? No. Drugs and meditation? No. I don't believe that. There's no way. Drugs and meditation, but no crystals? You guys are capping. You guys are on the cap. You guys have gotten all of the caps.
8 hours. We did 5 hours before, and now we're doing 8 hours of a silent meditation thing. That's kind of spiritual. You're sitting with yourself. You're like feeling the energy of the room, and you're asking yourself, are there thoughts
Oh, nuance. That's what it is. True.
I haven't thought before because I've been too busy thinking? So that's kind of woo-woo, right?
Thinking about thoughts that you've so you're thinking, are there thoughts I've never thought because
She regurgitates things she has heard and read. That's why she contradicts herself. That's what I think as well. Yes, that's exactly what I think. I think that she respects a couple of different people and will read these things that they say, but they don't actually align with one another. But she doesn't know that they don't align with one another. And so she said a bunch of times that like, oh, I don't know anything. I'm just going to take an expert's word on it. And it's like, okay, that's cool and all, but like, how do you know which expert to respect? Ever think about that one? Okay, Google. Joker light green.
Okay, changing the Joker light to green.
Okay. Tom, that's a classic soccer mom move right there. What does that mean? Tom, what would you call President Sunday's political ideology? I don't know. I have no idea. I would say probably like libertarian socialist, most likely. That's what he seems like generally. I don't know. Do you guys know this? Do you guys know this? President Sunday has turned over a new leaf. Are you guys aware of this? President Sunday has turned over a new leaf. He's talked about how he's been schizo posting too much. He's gone off the rails just a little bit too much. And he is going to try interacting in a more productive manner. And then, like 2 days later, he did a stream and just sat and hung out with Whick all day and reviewed Mr. Girl talking to Shaylin. That is like, that was the just regurgitating things you hear like that. That is the oddest pairing I have ever seen in my life. Like, that was like me and Aiko. That was like me and Aiko being friends. That's what that is.
Because I'm too busy with these other thoughts that don't relate to these other thoughts. There's a finite amount of attention we have. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. The last time I had it, I had this really great, like,
I also noticed that an introspective individual knows how to ask good questions. Brittany doesn't ask good questions. She only asks simple questions, thinks that the act of questioning is profound. I think she asks good questions. I do. I think she asks good questions, and I think that she is a very good interviewer. I do. I think that she is an excellent interviewer. I'm very indicative of the New Age movement, multiple gurus chasing after spiritual highs. Yeah, you might like Brittany then, but like I think a lot of people follow Brittany because she gives off a vibe that people really enjoy. But yeah, she's just not all that bright, but it's okay. It's just that she engages in academic topics. That is a great face right there. That's the thumbnail. That's the thumbnail right there.
like, oh, okay, I feel like I can understand myself better in terms of, because I communicate kind of weird. I know that I speak a little, it's hard to understand me sometimes. And I know that when I say with myself long enough, I'm like, okay, Brittany, is there a better way to say this? And I'm like, I don't know if I have the tools to
Not me, her. She's chasing spiritual highs. Oh.
say it better. And that gives me time.
Well, let's talk about that, right? Like, do you feel in this space specifically, online content creation, the streaming world, do you feel that your let's say eccentric methods of communication make you misunderstood? And in what ways do you think that you've been misunderstood that have caused some issues or anything?
That bubbly personality? Yeah, I think she's a very likable person. She's a very likable person. She's a very nice, bubbly, happy person most of the time. And yeah, she just comes off as very likable. If she only stuck with asking questions only, she has a need to talk endlessly. Yeah, sure. Her destiny cheated and she really doesn't like that. What? Wait, where did that come from? I don't think she's all that positive now that she's decided to be monogamous. She's criticizing Destiny's relationship because he triggered her and burnt the bridge. I don't think that's true. In her video where she talks about why Destiny did something wrong, she was talking about how she really likes open relationships. She thinks that open relationships and polyamorous relationships are the way to go, but she thinks that there are rules that you have to abide by in order to engage in relationships like that, and that Destiny and Melina do it wrong. So she's not against open relationships. She's not just in favor of monogamy, but she does believe that there is one way to do it. That is the right way. Tom, have you ever noticed Destiny's mannerisms are the same as Zizek's when he's speaking passionately? No. I never really watched Zizek. She flirted with Destiny a lot before getting engaged. Yeah, I've talked about this a couple of times. The first time he ever went on our show, she sent him a bunch of nude pictures of herself on stream. Like, she didn't show them on stream. He didn't show them on stream, but she was like, hey, I'm going to DM you some pictures of me, and I want you to tell me what you think. And then he's like, whoa, oh, do you know you sent me the naked ones? She's like, yeah. These are going to go on my OnlyFans. I wanted you to give me your opinion.
So I don't believe anyone's ever universally understood.
Okay.
A lot of people use streaming as a way of airing out their own personal problems. Yes, that is very true. And those tend to be the people that Destiny really likes engaging with, actually. Yep. Did you know Melina went on Jedediah Bela today? Really? No, I didn't know that. Maybe we'll watch that. I wish Sassafras had told me that.
So I don't think there's a human on planet Earth that could ever communicate with every other single human on planet Earth. So because I believe that, because I've never seen it, it's something that seems reasonable because I've never seen
Sassafras is slacking.
someone do that, right? Like think of Mother Teresa was like hated by Christopher Hitchens, right? Martin Luther King Jr. was hated by people.
Yeah.
Think of somebody who's a universal, you would think people would like them. Nah. There's always someone who doesn't quite understand them. So I think my job is to radically accept that I will be misunderstood.
What does that look like in a practical sense? Radical acceptance of being misunderstood. So when someone's coming up to you, okay, and they've seen you on a stream or they've read something, a post you wrote or something, and it's obvious that they have gotten a message that you did not intend. What does radical acceptance look like? Does that mean you don't correct them? Or does that mean like you just... Yeah, explain it to me, please.
Yeah, I think it's going to be different for everyone, but for myself, it's first acknowledging that I feel not seen, which is hurtful, and then acknowledge that hurt is a part of the human experience, and I'm misunderstood by my own family. I would be misunderstood by strangers on the internet. And so my job is to do what I've done with my family, slowly communicate who I am, see if they can process it, see if they can accept it within their own vocabulary, and if they can't, then we live and let live, because there's only so much communicating you can do. I think over communicating is also a form of gluttony, where you try to over communicate and over communicate. I've had so many people tell me, Brittany, I'll see you, I'll get you, just explain it to me over and over. And I hate to say it, I think Cat Black says it best, eventually you gotta stop trying to explain yourself, because I think it's okay if people don't see us fully. I think there are parts of us.
Yeah, see, I don't care. Like, I really don't think I care. I don't think I care when people don't understand me or they don't get me. Like I was talking about earlier, like Jeff or whatever I think that was his name. Jeff kept saying that I'm obviously autistic or something like that. Even if that is a way that a large percentage of people perceived me, I don't think that I would care. Like, I don't think that would make me think of myself. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe at a certain point. But generally, I think that I have a good understanding of who I am and the way that other people see me. If they're not being like super biased or they're actually like giving me a chance, I think that I'm well aware of how most people see me. But I do like arguing with people. I really enjoy arguing with people. And so when people will say something about me that's incorrect in chat and they're trolling, people think that when I start engaging with the trolls, that I'm so concerned with convincing them that I'm a cool guy or that, that blah, blah, blah. When it's not that. I don't care about convincing them of anything. I just want to argue with them. I'm glad that I have somebody new to argue with. So that's all. Somebody today posted a comment under one of my videos. And I don't know which one it was. I want to say it was this one. No. It was yesterday's stream. Burrow, 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 burrow.
Things that they're always.
Burrow, 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 burrow. This one. I think Tom believes he's more aggressive than he actually is. This is really weird considering I started yesterday's stream off talking about how, like, passive I am. Like, I literally started yesterday's stream off talking for, like, the first 20 minutes about how passive I am and justifying why I'm so passive. This is such an odd thing to leave on that video. That is they're commenting on yesterday's video where I talked for like 20 minutes about how passive I am. Then they said his interview with Mr. Girl was the least memorable. I also think that my interview was the least memorable. Like I would straight up say, like, yeah, it was easily the most boring of all of them. I think it was probably like the most important one or the best one, but it wasn't the most entertaining one. Yeah, no, definitely not. Tom, would you rather be Batman or Superman or Jesus? Superman. Jesus can't fly. And he doesn't have laser eyes. Yeah, his interview was with Mr. Girl was the least memorable in all the ones he's done since the release of the report. I also think he somewhat misjudged Destiny's overall disposition. He came away with the opinion that Destiny was being dodgy, but Destiny's demeanor throughout the interview looked to me like someone tired and just sick of answering the same questions ad nauseum every day for the last week. This was my opinion. They are stealing all of my opinions and then acting like they're disagreeing with me. This is them just stealing every one of my opinions from this stream. And I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but they are taking all of my opinions and then being like, wow, I can't believe Tom doesn't understand this. I don't understand how you got to this position that I would disagree with any of this. Arian came on yesterday and the first thing he asked me was like, yeah, why do you think Destiny wasn't answering your questions or like wasn't being as direct? And I said, I'm sure that it's obnoxious and tiring to talk about the same thing over and over for, it's not just in the last couple weeks, but it's also been the last couple months since Mr. Girl said he was going to start writing the report. And then on top of that, this is all old news and old topics that we all covered, years ago, and he had to answer for over and over back then. And so, yeah, I'm well aware that this stuff's just kind of obnoxious to him.
That people do see and we feel connected. Oh my gosh, you love anime? I love anime. And then we can talk for hours every day for a year about anime and never really get to know each other, right? That's one part. Now, I think you need to see certain amounts of parts of people to get certain levels of close. So I always say my partner can see the most of me because he can see almost all my parts. And that makes it easy for me to.
What is FTW again? You guys use too much internet language in here, okay? You guys got to be more normie in my chat.
Be vulnerable because he doesn't have to take me out of context. But if my mother, who I love so much, can only see 2 or 3 parts of me, well, then of course, no matter how much I communicate, she's just not going to see me. And that's
yes, growling. That's what I read, dude. That's exactly what I freaking read. Hobo semen. That's what I read. You two are reading the same exact thing as me. That's what I see every time I see FTW. I see fuck the world. I'm like, what? That's such a random thing to put at the end of like that sentence. What the hell?
That's not her fault. That's just who she is and who I am. So radically accepting that means not trying to force it.
Interesting. Well, I think this kind of relates to the discussion.
Like Mary just posted, if you're Jesus, you'll have to be crucified. Superman, fuck the world. What? What? What are you talking about?
On boundaries too. So let's talk about that a little bit. For me, and I'll speak from my bubble, to use your terminology here. In my bubble, I don't want everyone to see all the parts of me. I think that's a bad thing. I keep a level of barriers, a layered barrier system, right? Based on the level of closeness I want someone to be with me. If I want to get close to them, I let them through the gate for the first ring of fortress walls, right?
True,
so I guess I would ask, like how do you determine who's worth the effort to try to make understand you or try to get to understand you? Make is a weird word. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, of course, of course. So like in my personal life, that was a journey I went on like 3-4 years ago. I was experiencing like a really strange moment in my life, and it came into question like, who are my friends and who are my family? And I had to sit down and actually ask myself, who do I want to be in my like very close proximity? Some people I can show very vulnerable parts of myself to. And that became my inner circle, like friends, and then ride or die. So people that I will know till I'm 80, no matter what, because we're gonna make the effort. We've decided to all make the concerted effort to never break this friendship. Versus my other close friends who are amazing in my inner outer circle. They're great and I love them and they love me, but I don't think either of us need to make space for each other to be like 2 a.m. calls. That would be like kind of inappropriate, right? Like I have friends who definitely reach out to me who aren't in inner circle who are like, hey girl, I really need to talk. I'm there for you, but not like every month. Like if my inner circle needed me every day, I could be there. But there's like 15 people in it because I got 9 siblings and they're all in it. So I've got a lot of responsibility. And so
Look what you did, Mary. Look at the chat now. Look at what they're talking about. Look at what you did.
in order to be the best version of me, I am open, but I have boundaries. I'm open, but I have boundaries. So negotiation and being clear about how much energy I have to give to other people.
That's probably a very wise way to do it. But you said something interesting there I want to kind of pick on.
I did take all the cuss words out of the filters, so you guys are now free to say all the cuss words.
A little bit, if you don't mind. You said that these people are in my circle no matter what, and we've all made this decision that no matter what, that they are going to be, we're going to ride or die, as you said. Do you think that's I don't know, that seems, at least to me, and it's not an attack or anything, it's unwise, right? I think that should always be, no matter how close of a relationship you have with someone, there should always be deal breakers, right? There should always be this, there are things that you can do that would make you no longer in this circle for me. I would no longer value you in the same way I did before. And maybe that seems transactional, maybe that seems kind of like punitive, but at least for me, if I'm letting you in to a vulnerable circle or part of my vulnerable sphere, I'm doing so because I trust you not to go crazy and break the china in the china shop, right? Like, and if you demonstrate to me that, oh no, I was wrong to let you in, then yeah, you're out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's so fair. So that's the rule I have for everyone outside of my inner circle. But in my inner circle, my values do trump my sense of loyalty in a way, and I'll explain it. So if somebody in my inner circle, God forbid would never happen, but let's say they committed a heinous crime. Let's say a crime worth reporting them to the cops. I would report them to the cops, but visit them in prison.
Well, how kind of you.
I love you, but girl, you can't just go around doing stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So what if it wasn't like a crime? It wasn't illegal, but it was a violation towards you specifically. Like they betrayed your trust.
Oh, remind me, guys. Remind me. Don't let me forget. I need to remember to. So earlier we were talking, or yesterday we were talking about the way that we use the word woke, and we were talking about Adam and Stitch going over this stuff and what people mean by these words and crap like that. We need to go over this stuff. I wanna look into it. So yeah, just remind me.
Who trusted them with a piece of information and then they used it maliciously against you. Would you still keep them in the circle then?
Yeah, I have someone like that in my inner circle.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I love him so much, but he's not getting kicked out just because he's an asshole.
Okay. You're saying this is an asshole thing. I don't know.
Oh, even more extreme. Even if he committed crimes. Even if he came over and stabbed me.
So that's why I'm trying to understand it.
It's unconditional love.
I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm a little stun lost.
A lot of people don't believe in unconditional love, but I do. I really believe in it. I believe
I do not. I don't believe in unconditional love. I think that if that guy killed her mom, she probably wouldn't love him anymore. Yeah, I think she'd probably have like a pretty strong hatred for this guy.
the consciousness that is them, there's no one in the universe that is them. And so if they are going on a journey in which they do something that's really against even my values to the point where I have to report them, that's still, like, they know that about me, so I love them. They can't hurt me enough to push me away, and they don't really.
When are you doing Collins? After this. Yeah, after this.
really want to. But the thing is like there's still an understanding between us, and that's how we keep a cohesive existence. Is like we interact when necessary, but we understand that if things go wrong, space always heals all wounds. But yeah, I'm really believe in unconditional love. Like if I have a child and that child's a horrible person, it doesn't change the fact that that's my baby. Like I will visit you in prison.
That. No, I guess this is maybe the miscommunication that's happening here, and maybe I can kind of bridge this gap. So for me, unconditional love does not require me, right? I can love someone unconditionally, like no matter what you do, I'm going to love you, care about
You can't just leave Harvey out there.
I can't play their videos. I'll get copyrighted. College humor will get me. Okay, because I wanted to debate you on your take about black people not being socially conservative. You're wrong. Wait, are you saying they are socially conservative? What? Okay.
you, etc. But that does not mean that I have to give you unconditional access.
I agree with that 100%.
To my sphere, to my bubbles, to my anything, right? Whatever word you want to use for it. You don't get that. You can lose that. So I guess initially what I was asking is, can anyone lose access to your inner circle?
They can't lose access to being in the inner circle, but they can lose access to calling me if I feel like, hey, you're violating my space and you're not giving me time. They can not have their phone calls answered. But I would explain it to them. So you can't get demoted from the inner circle. I chose you for a very specific reason. You chose me for a very specific reason. But I am open to them going on journeys in which we are not cohesively interacting. So like one of the people in my inner circle, him and I haven't talked in like 3 years, but it's just a part of the relationship, right? But my phone number is always available. He can email me. I would never block him is kind of the rule, right? Because he's inner circle, but that doesn't mean it's healthy for us to always interact, which is what you're saying, right? You want to have distance.
It's the access, right? Like,
yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know. I think it's just kind of lenses. Like you talk about bubbles, it's just different ways of defining terms. Like unconditional love is something that love is okay. Maybe I'm gonna rant. Forgive me for a little bit.
Please.
Love is one of the most useless words that I've ever seen humans use, right? At least in the English language. Like I love my mom, I love my significant others, I love my audience, I love my guests, I love my dog, I love all these things, but they all mean totally different things, right? Love is we conflate it to so many things.
I don't think that's true. I like when I say I love something, I pretty much mean the same thing every time. Now, if I'm in love with somebody, I would say that that's like a very different thing. Like saying that I'm in love with someone is different than saying I love something. But like, yeah, if I love something, I have like a strong emotional connection to that thing. And yeah, I would say that that's like just generally what love is.
It's so overused. And so when you say things like, oh, this is unconditional love, I never know what that means when someone says it. I always have to dig deeper. I don't know. I think that we should just kind of retire that word. We need.
Okay. The 8 different types of love and how to tap into each for happiness. Romantic love, affectionate love, familiar love, playful love, enduring love, obsessive love, universal love, self-love. These are all the same things though. Like that's what I'm saying is that you still mean the same thing by all of these. Each one of these, you're still just saying, well, it's a strong emotional connection to each one of these things. Like that's it. Nico just types random stuff, Sass. Just leave him alone. That wasn't a good one. Okay, 4 types of love. Well, it's the same stuff. Yeah, these are all the same things. 3 types of love are the first love, the intense love, and the unconditional love. Are these the ones that you're looking for? Oh, 4 types? I don't see 4 types. Oh, wait, this is it. Passionate love, we might as well get that one out of the way first. Love of friends and equals, love of parents for children, love of mankind. Yeah, I think that these are all pretty much the same things. I think that they're all still the same thing. Like, even for me, and I've been told that I'm different on this one, but there was a period in my life where I kept telling everybody that happiness is being content. It's all happiness is. Happiness is when you're not sad or you don't. Happiness is the absence of all of the negative emotions. And people were like, "No, it's not. No. Like, you actually feel happiness." I'm like, "I don't think I feel happiness. Like, I don't think that's a thing that I feel. I consider myself happy when I have the absence of all the negative emotions. But I don't know that I have like a feeling of happy. I have a feeling of love. I can feel exhilarated. I can feel excited. I can feel energetic. I can feel like all these other things. But I don't actually think that I understand a feeling of happiness. You don't feel joy? I don't think so. I don't think I feel joy. No. I don't think so. Tomfoolery show, what about when you gifts or acts of service or whatever? What about it? What is the question? When you get gifts, I don't like getting gifts. I actually can't stand getting gifts. It's one of the few things that I really hate. Like, if you won $1 million, you just not feel sad, like another emotion doesn't kick in. I would think that it would kick in like what do you call it? Damn it. What am I thinking of? When you're in like a tense situation, high stakes, like adrenaline. I would think that I would feel like an adrenaline like feeling. I enjoy that. I freaking love that. Like, that's why I loved like breaking into houses or like getting into gunfights or getting into fist fights or stuff like that. Like the adrenaline rushes, sports like playing football, like that sort of stuff. I love that. Getting into a good debate, getting into like a heated argument with somebody, like I enjoy that, but I think that a lot of that is just adrenaline. Which I would consider like exhilaration or excitement.
We need a different word. We need something else.
Yeah.
We need other terms.
Well, I mean, people are working on it. If you go to the sex positive open relationship bubbles and read The Ethical Slut, we're creating terms every day to represent the uniqueness of our. Oh, it's an amazing book. Here, hold on.
Okay. The Ethical Slut. Got you.
It's amazing, and it shows you how to create your own world. People do it all the time, and it's like just putting down boundaries and creating rules. So like, I love you, here are my boundaries, respect them, or we just won't talk for a bit. And then if you're out of the inner circle, whatever that means, inner outer circle, just like close friends, maybe the reason we stop talking is that I like red and you like blue. Like, there could be a silly reason, right? So when you look at life, I think we have the power to create our realities, and that's why when I look at people and I'm saying these are all choices, I really mean it. We are all making choices. I think the world is a reflection of all of our choices. I don't think I'm exempt from it. I don't think anyone's exempt from the way that the world is, as not being a part of it. Like, we participate in the world, right? And so it's up to us to define things and redefine things.
Yes, I think we can do that to an extent, but we have. I think the mistake a lot of people make. I'm not saying you are, but a lot of people I've talked to, they like, I am the one who makes the decisions about my life, and that's true to an extent because we have to recognize that other people can absolutely.
I've long rejected happiness as a goal. Right now, my purpose is to raise my 2 kids to become Zarathustra or Uber mechanics. They work on Uber cars, like for Uber drivers. That's cool. See, the radical acceptance, people never radically accept other people. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
We make choices that shape our worlds, that shape for better or for worse. They can choose, like if someone chooses to unconditionally love you, right, to use that 4-letter word I don't like, right, it does affect you. It does, whether you want it to or not. It changes your relationship with that person, and how that is how that kind of impacts things. So I understand, like, being an actor, setting boundaries, things like that. I guess I would ask my question here.
Are emotions separate things or just a spectrum of the same thing? I would say emotions are all separate things. We seem to release different types of chemicals and hormones into our brain to feel different emotions. So, yeah, I would say that they are different things.
Would be, do you ever think that people can set boundaries in a way that is malicious, right? That is hurtful?
Yeah, of course. Like you could say, like, hold on, let me give you an example. Let me think. Wick, if you don't, it's a boundary of mine. If you don't share my OnlyFans link with everybody, we're not friends. It's like, what? That's not a boundary. That's like a weird, like, what are you doing? Okay, so I think obviously.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a boundary that somebody else does something, right? That shouldn't be a boundary. Like, boundaries should be things that people don't do. Those are boundaries. Telling somebody they should do something, that's not a boundary. So, like, Mr. Girl saying, it's my boundary that you don't ban me from your subreddit. So, sorry, buddy. That's not a boundary. That doesn't work.
People can put down toxic boundaries, or like ultimatums can be toxic, but I think standing your ground and staying within your values can look like an ultimatum. It can look like toxic boundaries, but it also could be healthy. So I think everything is a healthy and unhealthy thing. Eating food is either healthy or unhealthy. Watching the internet is either healthy or unhealthy. Going to the gym is either healthy or unhealthy. So what I always say is, you can live any lifestyle you want, any variation of existence, but elevate it. Make it healthy. So, like, if you want to be a backpacker who goes state to state, like my brother is currently dreaming about, fine, you can be homeless, but you better elevate it, okay? Be reasonable about your choices, and that's how I look at it.
Can we engage in activities that are healthy for us as individuals, but are unhealthy for society?
100 million%.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, I think sex work is my favorite example. I think, or even like LGBT, even being trans, which I love and support so much. I think society sometimes has a heart attack when things change too quick. So you could argue that it's bad for society, but I would argue it's okay, and society needs to get over this hump and start accepting that people are different and going to live differently, right? So it's healthy.
Damn, that is a surprising poll so far. Okay, so the poll just went up. Do you feel joy? 75% say no, 25% say yes. Wow.
For those individuals, they need to be represented. They need a place in society, which I 100% agree with, but it's going to hurt people along the way. And so that's just a part of growth.
Sure, but that's a healthy growth, right? And so
I think so.
What if you've been depressed for so long that you forgot joy? Well, the question is joy a feeling? Like, if you've ever felt joy before, then you know that you can feel joy. The question is more about, like, can we feel joy? Is this a thing that you're capable of feeling? Is it just something that I just happen to not feel and everybody else feels? Or are you guys all describing what I'm talking about when I say, like, I feel, excited, exhilaration, stuff like that, and you're just calling it joy? I misunderstood. Okay. I will redo the poll. It seems like a couple of people misunderstood, so I will. I will redo the poll. All right. Poll is back up. What about when you hear a good joke and you laugh? What do you call that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there's a feeling that comes with that. I think that, like, it seems more of like just like a reaction or a reflex. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe there is a feeling that comes with it.
I guess let me be more specific. Let me be more clear, if I will. So I think that the acceptance, and I think you agree, and this is why I'm using this as an example, is that the acceptance of trans people, the LGBTQ community, all of that is, in the long term, going to lead to a healthier society. What I'm asking is, there are things that can be healthy for us individually, but lead to, in the long term, the detriment and maybe even the dissolution of
the individual
society and the health of society. Like
I'm not sure.
Sex work. Do you think sex work, while healthy for the sex worker, might be unhealthy for society in the long haul? Or
I think it's only unhealthy for an unprepared society. But society needs to get over the hump. I think sex work is like being LGBT or even an atheist. I grew up in the 90s where like even atheists were seen as like not good people. So for me, I think society needs to get over the hump and recontextualize their perception of the things that they're afraid of. So I think all things are possible in an elevated and healthy version of it, but I think people always think X is unhealthy, and I'm here to squash that belief.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So does that mean that she thinks nothing is unhealthy? Society always thinks that X is unhealthy, and I'm here to squash that belief. That means that she doesn't think anything is unhealthy. What if you're being tickled? Is that a way to force joy? Yeah, I would think that that would be the case if you consider laughing a state of joy. Tom, what about gambling? Yeah, again, I would say that like gambling is like a damn it, dude. I keep almost saying like testosterone and estrogen, and that's not what I'm trying to think of. Adrenaline. I would say that that's adrenaline again. Joy is more of a long-term state of mind, like a long-term feeling of hope and gratitude, but happiness like elation, excitement, fun, etc. are short-term passing emotions. Yeah, I think I agree with that. But then, again, when you say joy, I'm going to say that that's contentment. Okay, so now the poll is 44% say yes, they feel joy generally, and 56% say no.
Let's see. Healthy sex work. Do you think, as it's being practiced today, overall, generally in the Western world, do you think that sex work is healthy or is it unhealthy? Now, today, not how it could be, now how it should be, but as it is, right?
Because I think it's healthier than it's been before, I would say it's healthy, but I would say we're still a long way from it being at its best.
What would you change to make it at its best? Like, how is it failing currently? I guess I'd ask. Like, what changes would you make?
Nico, what are you doing? Who are you adding, dude? What are you doing? Nico's just like calling people out, just telling them to scream. Nico's always very random, okay? Nico is always just very random with the comments, and I love it. There's just like random stuff. Like Tom is very fair. Just like every like 5 minutes. Tom is fair.
If you were queen of the world for a day or something, right?
Oh,
I believe in free will and freedom so much. It's hard for me to tell people what I think they should actually do versus what I just wish people would do. But I don't think sex work is a problem. I don't think many things are actually problems. I think because we don't understand them or we can't view them in different ways, and because I think we create problems because we're learning and we're confused and we're on a journey and we don't have all the information. I just think human beings are doing their best, and that's why the world is great the way it is, because it's the best we can do for now. But we're always and should always be working on getting better. So I don't think sex work is doing anything wrong. I think humans are reacting to sex work wrongly. I think they're thinking about it wrongly.
Interesting. Well, that's the question, though, then.
I don't think wrongly is a word. I think it's incorrectly.
Right?
She's saying wrongly.
A majority of people are going to react to something, and you know they're going to react to something poorly, even though they shouldn't do it. Is it still ethical to do it, even though it's not your fault they're reacting to it poorly? But you know that they're going to have that kind of, it's going to have this negative effect. Is it still okay to do?
Yes, I think so. So, because I believe we're
I'm the one who's wrongly this time.
Animals evolved on a planet, because I think we had no choice to be here, because I think we are literally just here for funsies, and because I think we're all creating reasons that we exist, and we're all creating like lores for ourselves to feel good about it. Yeah, I don't think there's a real reason we're here, right? Is there a reason a lion exists or a bear exists? I'm not sure we're much different.
I hate people who can't engage with hypotheticals. Yes. Yep. yeah, there's people that I know who every time I try to talk to them about, like, I'll give them, except especially extreme hypotheticals, they're like, well, that's not even a real thing. I'm like, I know it's not a real thing. Like, that's the point, right? That the point is that you have to have like some an extreme hypothetical isn't like, I think you're going to be in this instance one day, and I want to know how you're going to act. That's not what an extreme hypothetical is. Extreme hypotheticals test your consistency, because more like, if you answer an extreme differently than you answer an easy hypothetical, then it turns out you're actually grading on something different than you thought you were. Like, normally there's actually something else that is actually going to be more important to you, and you'll find that out with an extreme hypothetical. That's normally the easy way to find out. So when we talk about abortion, almost all of abortion is just a bunch of extreme hypotheticals to find out where people are, or where their boundaries are, and what it is that they're actually favoring in those scenarios.
First technical issue. Can you guys hear me now? They were saying I'm quiet on my end.
Okay.
How's my audio?
Yeah, he is
Okay,
quiet.
can you hear me fine? How's my audio?
Yeah, I hear you great.
Okay. Well,
He's just a lot louder.
Hopefully
audio
it
is
is
very
fixed.
great.
Hopefully it's
She's
fixed, and
just a
hopefully
lot
you can hear
louder than him.
But to answer your
yeah.
question, I don't know if there's a purpose, right? But I can definitely see there.
I think I don't know if is he using the mouthpiece?
If there isn't a purpose, perhaps we should make one, right?
Yeah, for
perhaps
sure.
it would be better for society, for us individually, to make a purpose. I would point to, as an example of lack of purpose being detrimental to the red pill communities and to young boys.
Hypothetically, would you murder 1 billion children 1 million children to save 1 billion? I think I would murder 1 million children to kill 1 billion.
And men who,
What up,
because
Fossil?
of the patriarchy's demise,
New
in a lot of
profile
cases,
pic.
have now lost purpose. Where before they had very strictly defined roles, they knew, right, what their place was in the world. We have, based on our discussions on gender, based on our discussions on all these things, this is now much.
She's just saying nothing matters, so everything matters, and everything is equally justified. An 11-year-old nihilist. She's not nihilistic. She's definitely not a nihilist. But, like, I don't think there's any sort of objective truth to anything. But that doesn't mean that nothing matters. Like, things can matter to me subjectively. I think subjective truth. I don't think that it's lost any meaning from objective truth. I think that what people believe is objective truth is actually just subjective truth, and the value that they place in what they call objective truth is the same. Like, if all of a sudden they found out what they call objective truth was actually subjective, the value that they place on it would not change whatsoever. It would be exactly the same, because the way that it affects their life is going to be the same. So it doesn't matter whether or not it's objective or subjective. It affects them in a very real way, either way. So, yes, I think that, like, truth is always subjective. But we can make arguments and reason why some things are more important than other things, or why we should value some things over other things. Whick setup gives the impression that he's a lab assistant who's live streaming from a school storage room on a floor everyone's forgotten about. Yeah, I don't understand why. Like, it looks like he has a blue curtain here. If I was him, I would spread the blue curtain all the way across and then just use it as a green screen, because you can do blue screen instead. Like, you can pick any color. A bunch of people, like Sassafras, thinks that, like, green screen, like the actual screen, is this like magic thing that makes things change. Like I can literally, okay, Google, turn Hawk's light green.
Got it. Changing the Hawk's light to green.
So yeah, I can literally just take this, turn my back lights green. Oh, that's the wrong thing. And then, boom. So yeah, the screen doesn't do anything. It's the color that does it. So he can just extend that blue over, and then he could use a blue screen and as a green screen effect. But you need a screen for it to look good. That's not true because I just did it recently. The whole I did it for like 2 weeks without a screen. What are you talking about? It looked good. Or actually here, we'll go to Sonia's channel. Stream remote now. That was a dumb move. Oh, this one. Also, I think that you have laugh derangement syndrome.
Zonia has made content on me for weeks now, and her views are the highest they've ever been. It is not hard to assume that.
That wasn't the case at the time. Well, it's that, when I see her going down that path and it starts to run on after a while and the whole point is going to be lost in the first place.
No, this looked good. This looked freaking good.
And it gets to the point where it's difficult to remember all the twists and turns to figure out where it was going in the first place. Then yeah, somebody has to step in and stop it from going on. And because I felt like you weren't doing it, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do it then.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, so but you were using a sheet. No, I was using like 10 sheets. One, when she first got in, my point is that I don't need a green screen. I just went and bought green fabric from Walmart.
Less clear than it was back in the days. And I think that this lack of purpose is leading these young men to seek it in, I would say, dark places, right? Like down paths that they should not tread. But
I've heard a bunch of people since that video using the term laugh derangement syndrome. I hear people saying it all the time, but they say it in the opposite way, where they say that people who like laugh have laugh derangement syndrome. Like, that's freaking, you're using it wrong. You're using it incorrectly.
Because these are the paths that are actually offering purpose. I think purpose is important to people, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think that we all need purpose. Like, to exist just for funsies is great for a while, but eventually you're going to want more.
I always thought that was like a spin wheel that cam girls have behind you. No. Okay. So this is a like a kid's thing that shines a like stars all over the ceiling and all of that crap. And so this is where the stars came from. So I took the bulbs out of these and then just left this. So it had like stars and planets and then space dust all over the place. And so I just kept the space dust and that's it. Got rid of everything else and got rid of all the planets, got rid of that, and just kept the space dust. So now when I turn it on, it'll move like this, and then it has a moon there, and I just turn off the moon, and that's it. And then I just turn it like this so that it stretches across. Does that? Okay, Google. Turn Joker light and Hawk's light purple.
All right, changing 2 lights to purple.
Boom.
Or I think.
Yeah, 100%. But here's the thing. The funsies is the macro. Why are we here on this planet? We don't know, right? So there's no reason to think it's serious. But when you go into the micro, your individual.
The circles? You're talking about this? That's a record that one of my girlfriends painted for me at like a fair. Where they like spin it around and you just drop paint on it all over the place. And then, yeah, it's just a record that somebody painted.
Existing, everything within yourself, then purpose is mandatory to have a fulfilling life. It's necessary for the singular individual to seek out meaning. But if we always think about the detriment of society, I think we lose ourselves in the sauce. Because if individuals were healthier, I am one of those people who believe society would be healthier. But I think that right now society can't be healthy because as individuals, like, we're not healthy. And so I think there's something to be learned from that. But I think there's something very serious about your life. But I'm not sure that it matters to the universe.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know. It's one thing I'm thinking through live as we go. So excuse me if I'm touching on things or if I come across as kind of schizo here. I apologize.
You're doing great. Everyone loves it. I love it. My audience loves it.
Well, good.
I was about to say, this sounds a lot like one of her interviews. So
I think that
I'd assume she enjoys it.
We do have an influence and effect on the universe. And given that we do, given the fact that whatever the purpose is or isn't, whether they're
on the universe, not the universe. There could be like another planet out there with beings very similar to us. We have absolutely no effect on them.
There actually is one or isn't. What we do affects those around us, affects the planet we live on, and as we expand one day, perhaps, right, if we can ever get off this rock, it is going to have an effect on the universe as a whole. So given that that's the case, I think that we do matter to the universe. And because we do matter to the universe, I think it would be better to have purpose as not only an individual, but on a cultural, societal, national, global scale than not. Now, yes, purposes can be good or bad, right? Like if your purpose is to dominate all before you and, you know, what is it? Drive your enemies before you and hear the lamentations of their women. What was it, quote unquote? I forget exactly. I'm fucking it up, but I think that's a bad purpose, right? But if your purpose is kind of like to lean on the old Christian mythos of to elevate God's children, to do good.
Brittany says, and I take this with a grain of salt every time she says it, but Brittany says that her parents brainwashing her with religious dogma is what caused her BPD. I don't take it with a grain of salt because I don't think she knows what she's talking about or anything like that, or that like she's not like a trustworthy source on this. I take it with a grain of salt because I don't think anybody can know what causes their BPD. I don't think that that's a thing that we can actually know. I think it sounds weird that a therapist or a psychologist would even like take a stab at why one has developed BPD. If she wants a complete disconnect from those two things, and both are equally valid, whatever it might be, white women. What up, Uru? To be fair, if you have a very level to understand Brittany, wait, what? You have to have a very level. The humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of the theoretical physics, most of the jokes will go over your head.
To to love your neighbor as yourself, etc. I think that's actually a good thing. And I think that one of the unhealthy parts of our culture now is the lack of purpose. It is this going away from old traditional ideas. Now, not that the traditional ideas were good. I don't think a lot of them were good. But we need something. What we have now is a void, and it's worse than nothing. It's worse than something bad. We're descending into hedonism, and I think that's a bad thing. But that's my opinion. What are your thoughts? You're here to not to hear me rant, to actually talk with me. So.
These are great thoughts. I think hedonism is a lack of discipline, in my opinion, and I think discipline is the answer to life, and I think suffering is the key to wisdom. So I think in life it's default hard, and I think we struggle, and I think that struggle is a blessing as it is a part of earning that wisdom as we age. I always say I'm not a wise person, but I hope I am before I die, because I'm not sure that I will be. I think the version of wisdom that I'm seeking is a more harmonious understanding of myself in relation to existence, so everything outside of myself. I think purpose is great, but I think if we objectively, in my head, what objective means, if we zoomed out a camera and looked at the universe.
She said her parents rejecting her as a queer person was the reason too. Yeah, well, but they were rejecting her as a queer person because of their religious dogma.
Universe, I think everything is exactly the way it should be. Like when an asteroid collides or when a black hole, opens up, or there's these things and there's destruction. When a volcano goes off, like the volcano's not personally trying to kill you, bros, but it's doing its thing. I look at humans that way. And my hope is that eventually we'll get to the point where individuals will kind of evolve past this default that we are all as like babies.
Guys, Nico likes the schizo post, okay? Just schizo post with Nico. It's fun. Just do the same thing. All right?
And children and, sort of just doing our thing. And we'll get to the point where maybe we ask ourselves, is there a greater purpose? But not cling to this belief as the fact of our purpose. Because what happens is you're born into a bubble and then you're told your purpose is to be a good dad. And being a good dad means this. But then what if for you, it doesn't fulfill your purpose as a person? It's actually in conflict with society's purpose for you. Well, now you have to leave into a different bubble that sort of allows you to be the version of a good father you would have been in this bubble. But then does that impact society? Well, which society, right? In America, is Kentucky really worried about New York? So what does it mean when we ask people to be good to society? Whose society? In my neighborhood, we have anti-Biden people and pro-Trump people and pro-Biden people, and we're pro-gay, but we're anti-trans. It's a really weird place I live, right? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is this community. Does this community need to be served in those ideologies, or do we want to change those ideologies, therefore destroying the?
Tom just wants an army of Nikos. Yes, a bunch of people just over and over talking about how fair I am and what is the other one? Tom is fair. And Tom is very fair. There's one other one that's not about fairness. I don't remember.
Community. So when we say we want to help society, it sounds a lot like we all want to destroy parts of it all the same, right?
Well,
like the red pillars want to destroy feminism, and feminism wants to take down certain groups. And so I don't know if I believe we have a universal purpose.
No, I get you. I think we should. I think that there's some parts of society do need to be changed radically. I think that if you have gangrenous bits on you, you need to cut them out, right? So when we talk about destroying communities or things like, yeah, some communities need to be destroyed. I'm pretty not violently, of course. I'm not talking about going in and enforcement, right? But I'm talking about we should absolutely get rid of sort of the more harmful, problematic, unhealthy ways of thinking and ways of doing that we've had. I think that the problem becomes we don't want to replace it with anything. And I guess back to the void thing. Like we go into the community and we say, okay, your stuff, it's no longer valid. We're not going to listen to you. We don't care about your opinions here. And then we just leave them. And we leave them with nothing. And they feel ill-served. They feel ill done by. They don't feel a part of the group, right? Because they're not. We've abandoned them. They're like, yeah, fuck off, right? We've dehumanized them in a very real sense. I see this in the political sphere all the time, right? If you're a bad person, it's okay to do bad things to you, right? You're a Nazi, we're going to punch you in the face, right? Because you're not a person anymore. We don't have to treat you as a person. You've lost that. And I think that's a problem, right? I think that's a huge issue.
True. This is truth. That's the truth. Truth.
And we need to provide a replacement for these people. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how. But I think that needs to happen, or we are going to continue to go down this unhealthy road. So yeah, I don't know. Go ahead.
Here's the problem. I feel like, okay, so I'm in the bubble of radical acceptance, which means there is no replacing people. There is only doing the work to change hearts or letting people live out their one life before they die. Because at the end of the day, no matter who you are, you're someone's villain. And yes, there's a spectrum to what is good and what is healthy and what is ethical and moral, but we're not going to agree. And I have a hard time saying that because of the way I think the world should be. Now everyone should be like that. I just don't think I have the answer for 8 billion people. So I work with individuals on that for that reason alone. Like I believe so hard in the individual because I know that I cannot possibly guess what would be good for 800 billion, 8 billion people. Like how would I ever know that? I don't even know what's good for all women. All women tell me every day there are things they want that other women don't want. And so I'm like, great, then everyone get into your bubbles and everyone should serve their bubbles. The problem is when bubbles want to clash with other bubbles. And all of a sudden Ukraine and Russia are at a war.
One of them bubbles pops, right? Like
one of them pops. Yeah. Yeah.
Said maybe we should merge them. But like, so you mentioned earlier that we can never understand individuals either. So I would posit that we don't, like, from that level of thinking, we can't really know what's best for any individual either. Even ourselves. Like, look, I'm going to be real with you, right? I don't know what's best for me in a lot of cases. In a lot of situations, I look back and I'm like, man, I wish someone had told me to stop. Or I wish someone had told me, yo, this, if you continue doing this, it's going to hurt you. And I think that, like, I get the hesitancy to want to impose on people. I get that. But at a certain point, should we not just be frank and say, yes, this is unhealthy. Whatever you think about it, that doesn't matter. And yeah, we shouldn't use authoritarian measures to stop you, but we should absolutely socially censure you for this.
I mean, I think it's fine in general to like give your opinions. I do that constantly. And I definitely have, here's the problem is like, I have very strict values and morals, and most people think they're a little too crazy, like too strict, right? Like, I don't think you should lie to your partner.
Oh, he has you guys remember at the beginning of stream, we were talking about the chats that were popping up all over the place. He's talking about the hearts.
Ever. Right? I never lie to my partner. That's a rule. Even if it's embarrassing, even if it makes me think he'll feel bad, even if he thinks it'll make me feel bad, lying is not okay. But how can I hold the world to that standard when lying is so normal in society? It is so common. Presidents lie, our parents lie, our authority figures lie, our kids lie, everyone lies. Teachers lie. Like people just lie. And they don't even mean to. Sometimes they do it on purpose. Sometimes it's malicious. But who am I to tell the world, like, you shouldn't lie? But I think it's pretty unhealthy that we have to.
What the fudge, dude? I hate the doublespeak from her. It is so obnoxious. Who am I to tell people that they shouldn't do something? But it's so unhealthy. Like, what do you think that means when you say something is unhealthy? Like, what do you think that? What do you think you're saying there? What do you think you're saying when you say this is an unhealthy behavior? Like, you're saying this is something that you shouldn't do.
Live in a society where we need to, but also a safety measure in terms of us being evolved animals over time. So there's two parts of us. There's the part of us that is a biological creature on this earth that has instinct and desire and testosterone and estrogen and all these things that move us in a chemical way. And then there's the part of us that is the intellectual. I can think, therefore I am. And that part of us, I think, is personal. And I do think I know myself. I think you can work to know yourself. I have proof I know myself better than I knew myself before. And I know that I get to know myself more and more every day. And it's a journey into which I eventually will hopefully know myself in a very full way, but probably not before I die, right?
I think therefore I am. I don't think it's a great quote. I don't think it's very good because like the possibility that you are actually in a simulation and that simulation is like your thoughts are part of the simulation does not mean that therefore you are. Like, that means that you have no clue if you are. So just saying, I think, therefore I am, it's not actually helpful. Oh, the yeses have taken over. Okay, so we got about 30 votes right now. Do you feel joy generally? Yes is now at 52%. Wow.
So the journey itself is worth the existing itself. Because honestly, like, we don't choose to be here. And it's very hard. So the hope I can give to people is like, hey, good news. You can just tell all those people to leave you alone. Like Jazz Jennings, I just did a podcast on her. She's like this young, you know who Jazz Jennings is? She's a young trans activist.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of hers in terms of her being like a person and living her best life. I think she should do that. But recently she came out and said, I don't feel like myself. And conservatives ran with that, thinking that she was saying she doesn't feel like good being trans. No, she's a girl who's been on TV her whole life. Probably hasn't had a second to ask herself, what do I want out of my life, right? She's been famous since she was under 5. So she hasn't had a chance to say, do I want to be an activist? And you know that if she stops being an activist, even if it's good for her, people will be upset. So no matter what you do in life, if you live for society, I think you failed because you're living for people outside of your own joy.
Do we not have a responsibility, though, to those around us?
I think therefore I am has different meaning in its origin. I don't think it isn't. I think therefore I am supposed to be the idea of sentience. I thought that was like the I thought that was like the idea of how we can know that we are sentient is I think, therefore I am.
Absolutely, which is why if you find yourself not not being cohesive with your bubble, you can try to radically change the bubble, or you can try to switch to a different bubble. And that's why I recommend for people to bubble hop. You find yourself like I was raised in a religious home that ended up creating my borderline because I was raised in a religious home. So I'm pretty. I basically am the great poster child for having to leave a bubble to find peace, and I did. I left my bubble and I said, "Thank you for this bubble. It was really great in some ways, but in other ways, it really messed with my queerness and how I thought of myself, and it gave me a literal question mark on my own existence. And so I needed to leave. I'm going to raise my kids in a queer bubble, meaning pro-queer. My partner's very progressive. We want to raise our children feeling very safe no matter what their ideas are. And at the same time, I have values. But my values are mine for a reason. They're for me. They're for Brittany. They're not for the world. They're to keep me in check."
Interesting. Yeah, I think I understand. I won't say I know for
Innate versus outnate.
sure, right? I just met you. We're just talking,
Yeah,
right?
we're just talking.
We're feeling out the boundaries, right? We're the edges, the outlines of things.
Yeah.
If I hold a value, right? Lying is bad. Let's use that one. I too think lying is bad. There are exceptions, right? Like if a Nazi comes and there's a Jewish family hiding in my basement, yes, I'm going to lie to them, obviously, right? There are exceptions. But when it comes in general, I think that trying to impose that on society with kind of pressure, social pressure to be clear, and legal pressure too, right? Like plagiarism, perjury, etc. These should have consequences. No, I'm absolutely okay with saying my value is better than other people's, and I think it's demonstrably better than other people's, and I think it is better for people. Outside again of notable exceptions. The question becomes, right, like how much do you pressure? How much do you impose? How much do you exert these kind of your will onto others? Because there is always a possibility that we're wrong, right? Like we don't know what we don't know. There's always going to come a day where we think like, man, this is the best thing for everyone. It's best for me. It's best for you. But no, we're actually hurting ourselves. But when it comes to things like lying, it's very hard to see a world where normalizing lying would be good. I don't know. Maybe you can help me with
Yeah. Well, I think it is the world we're in now, right? I think our subconsciously and maybe unconsciously.
But he's right, because she's a citizen of the world, so she does have a responsibility to consider how she contributes to society or affects others around her. Yes, this is a conversation that I've had with people a million times where they're like, "Oh, my morality says that you should abide by whatever morality you believe in." I'm like, that's literally like contradicting to what morality is. Like, your morality is what you think is right, and what you think is right is what others ought to do. You cannot say your morality is that others abide by their morality. That is like, it's contradicting in and of itself. It cannot be that. Like, that is impossible for your morality to be that. Your morality is about how we should all interact with one another. So like, morality is rules that we make so that we can all interact with one another and create society. We need to be able to have society. That's it. Like, if we didn't have society, we would not need morals, and they would not be like as universal as they are now. That we would have very, very different rules. But society dictates that, like, we need morality. We need it in order to interact with one another. So something like lying, where they bring up the example of lying, like, we have to be able to understand language and trust language. We have to be able to believe what the other person is saying in order to engage with what they're saying. So lying, if it just became acceptable, we would have problems creating contracts, creating bonds, we wouldn't be able to get anything done anymore if lying was now an acceptable thing. So what do? We stigmatize that thing, right? It's not against the law to lie. You can lie, but we're going to stigmatize it. Now, why does that matter? Why does stigma matter? Because for some reason, as humans, we care what other people think of us. We just do. We just care. Like, it just is what it is. We are social animals. We care what other people think about us. And if we care what other people think about us, then when we stigmatize something, that comes with labels. And labels are things that we do not want. Labels that, like, stigmatizing labels are warning signs. And they're actually like one of the greatest human inventions ever. And it's something that today, like, we've gone a little bit overboard with, but it is also probably one of the biggest reasons for the success of the human race or the human species. It is one of the greatest things that we have ever had. It are labels. So something like liar or dangerous or Nazi or transphobe or homophobe or, you know, like, whatever. These are all words that we use to put a big warning sign over somebody's head to say, hey, be careful of that person. Watch out for that one. Other animals, if there's one in the pack that's super dangerous and that you can't trust and will take more than their share and will screw you over when you turn your back, they don't know. They can't label that. They can't put the warning sign on that. And they all just kind of have to deal with it. Whereas for humans, we are able to do that. And that's why we're able to live in such a big group. Before, back in, like, you know, caveman days, we couldn't live in groups more than like 100. It just wasn't. I think the biggest group ever is like 150. But normally, once you started getting up around 100, you started to break off. There would be new groups that started to break off from the big group. They could not hold a lot of people in one group. There's too much to manage, and they just didn't have the rules for that yet. Things would get out of hand too quickly. But since we figured out that we can just stigmatize things and put a label on the person that we're stigmatizing, that's enough for us to just keep people in line. That's it. That's all we got to do. That's the end of it. And this is why, like, cancel culture is so effective. Like, it really has made very fast social change in the Western world. Like, social change has happened at the fastest rate ever, and it's because of canceling. You cannot like it. You cannot like cancel culture, but damn it, man, did it make some quick changes around here. Everybody had to shape up real quick. I think cancel culture is losing power quickly. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think that most people don't like to have mobs of people saying they're bad. Most people do not want a lot of people talking about them and characterizing them as bad. Nah, it's just creating the next counterculture. I don't think it is. Maybe, like, I think that, like, there's cancel culture that goes too far, like calling somebody's workplace or something like that, right? Sure, that's cancel culture that just goes too far. But canceling somebody in general is just a large group of people denouncing somebody all at once, right? It for sure is. Okay, I'm not denying that it is doing that. I'm denying that matters. I don't think it's actually going to be like a successful counterculture. I think because even that counterculture will still use stigmatization in order to get things done. They will use the same exact tactics as we have over the last, couple millenniums, where we figured it out. We have figured out the human psyche and what it is that keeps us in line and what it is that we care about. And even Christians for a long time stigmatized everybody, and this is what kept people in church and kept people in line and kept people, put ratings on movies and, kept TV and radio clean and kept everybody, like, pretending to be the nice Christian person for a long time. Like, this is it, like the stigmatization of not being a Christian meant that you were a bad guy. Well, you can't be a bad guy. Nobody wants to be a bad guy. So yes, like these things are amazing tools that every movement has used always and forever. You're either in the in group or in the out group, and nobody wants to be in the out group.
We do this thing where we really encourage lying. Like, how many dating advice?
Current entertainment isn't even as edgy as Friends was. That's just not true. That is just not true. Like, yeah, that's just not true. It just, I guess it just depends on what you're watching, but yeah, I don't think that's true.
Advice shows literally say to, if your partner asks you this question, do not fucking tell them the truth. Lie to them. Lie to them. Can I cuss, by the way? Is that not, should I not cuss?
You can't fucking cuss on my show.
Okay.
No fucking cussing.
Okay, perfect. So I think that lying is encouraged. I will say things. So I am I love categorizing things. So I will say I categorize living and surviving. So I think
isn't that just putting the shoe on the other foot? That's what I'm saying. Is that, like, I for sure want to be in the out group if the in group is that sterile and devoid of anything but advertiser-friendly sensibilities. Advertiser-friendly changes depending on what culture is in power. Whatever culture is in power is going to be what advertiser-friendly means. Like, that is what advertiser-friendly is dependent on, is whatever is, like, whoever is in power within culture or holds, like, most of the cultural norms, that is who dictates advertiser-friendly. Nico. Yeah, like, whoever's in power, that's who decides what is advertiser friendly. That's not like it's not an objective thing. It is a thing that changes over time. There were like, when I was growing up, advertiser friendly meant doing the wholesome Christian religious thing and, always trying to stay in line with Christian values. Now today, it's the opposite. Like, advertiser friendly is always going to change based on the culture. Like, advertiser friendly at one point meant, like, don't ever promote gay people or trans people or queer people or anything like that. Don't never do that. That is the opposite of advertiser friendly. Now we're on the opposite side of that coin. No, promote. Do the parades, change the candy bar to rainbow, and change your logo to rainbow, and like all of that crap. It's all, that is what it is. The difference being 20 years ago, if you were canceled, that was it. What do you mean? When canceling first started, like the idea of canceling, it was people like, who was the first person to get canceled? R. Kelly, I think, was the first person to ever get canceled. Joe Rogan didn't gain 2 million subscribers because of the dog pile, though. That is not why he gained 2 million subscribers. And I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan is still smaller today than he was when he was on YouTube. He just makes a lot more money because he's on Spotify. Yeah, but he was that effing degen behavior ever condoned? I don't know what you're talking about. He isn't. Right. Because yeah, like the mainstream platforms where he could have been more successful, I don't want to say more successful because making a lot more money is more successful, but where he could have had a lot more followers and a lot bigger subscriber base, like the that is where advertiser friendly advertisers are.
Lying is always okay when you're surviving. So if a Nazi comes to your door and says, "Do you have Jews in the home?" You go, "Absolutely not. I don't even know what's a Jew. I've never even met one. I don't even know what that is." And then you kind of lie because you're in a survival mode. But I think if you're living, if you're privileged, if you have access, if you're literally just living a life, why are you out here lying? Like, what are you lying about? Now, I'm also very blunt. So if someone asks me something, I don't want to answer. I'm just like, nah, I'm not going to answer that. And I'm
What do you mean, Michael?
very okay doing that, which I think in a lot of bubbles it's culturally rude to say nope. I think in bubbles they feel pressured. I've met so many people who've been like, well, they asked me that question and I just felt like, what if I didn't answer them? Wouldn't that be rude? I was
Even Nick Fuentes can survive and thrive. He can survive, but he's not thriving off of his content. He would have been making way more money on YouTube. He would have been much bigger if he was on Twitter and YouTube. He being off of those platforms, he complains about it all the time because it hurt him. Now, he got donated millions of dollars, so like he doesn't actually have to worry about it and is going to thrive regardless. But didn't he get private sponsors and stuff? He got, a guy left him like millions of dollars in Bitcoin, and when he died, it was in his will, and it just all went to Nick Fuentes, and that's how he built Cozy. He literally got canceled by his own bank. Yes. Like, he's capable of getting by, but what he could have done, it is all much, much smaller. The difference being is that you were canceled before the internet. There was nowhere to go. Right? Yeah, I don't understand the point. Like, getting canceled, you normally have the chance of coming back. Like, it's a good thing. You're capable of coming back. That's a good thing. That is a good part of cancel culture. Is like, normally you disappear for a while, sometimes a couple years, and then you come back. And hopefully, like, reformed, different, better. Bro, you got to stop typing like a couple words in every post. Just give me some substance, man. I can't read like this. If it was all still just radio, Joe would have gotten fired and he would have been done. F coming back. Yeah, sure. But again, I don't understand. I'm not understanding what your point is. Like, so this doesn't mean anything. The fact that you have an option of being successful and being advertiser friendly, like, or being less successful and not being advertiser friendly, that in and of itself is enough. Like, that's the end of it. Most people are going to pick being more successful rather than less successful for some sort of values that aren't actually going to like get them anywhere. Those values aren't normally enough to hold on to, that are like, they're not something so important that binary wasn't available before. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why though.
It's like, so be rude. Like, I'm okay being rude if it means my safety, right? I'm okay being rude if it means my truth. But I think some people maybe are more people pleaser than I am. Maybe I'm a 7 on the big 5, so out of 100 on the politeness scale. So I'm not a very polite person, but I try my best to not cause waves unnecessarily. But you know what I mean? Like sometimes people rub you the wrong way, and you got to do what you got to do. Hence chaos. Hence bubble smashing. Hence ideologies. You think when I talk to my mom, we don't fight after 3 days? When I go visit my mom, the joke is up 3 to 4 days, and mom and Brittany's gonna be fighting because my mom and I are on political opposite spectrums. It's gonna happen. But do we love each other after? Yes, because we have unconditional love. So no matter how different we're going to be, we're always going to be there for each other in this very crazy world that we don't know what we're doing here for. Like, we don't know what we're doing here.
I think that's,
And
that's based. That's as a kid say, right? That's based. That's a
Yeah.
value I think we should advocate for, and actually, yes, pressure people to accept. I think that when people don't do that, when they stop being friends because they had a fight, that's bad. It hurts not only the individual, but it hurts society. Now, obviously, there are levels to this, okay? There are exceptions. There can be, like, disagreements that are deal breakers, as I said before. But in general, again, I'm going to bring it back to the greatest evil in the world, social media, right? We have, right, this.
Canceling has humans in the worst place socially that they've been in for quite a long time. What? Has them lonely and antisocial and scared to be themselves and at each other's throats. That is just so ridiculous, dude. That is insanely ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin with that. Like, canceling has nothing to do with people being lonely. That just has to do with social media. That's not like that just has to do with the internet in general. That has nothing to do with canceling. Canceling only exists the way that it does because of the internet as well. So both of those things are attributed to the internet, not canceling. Then like being yourself, you are mostly shaped by social norms, by stigma, by praise. Like, but most of you, we were talking about this earlier, like most of your opinions, most of the things you believe, most of these things are based on the group that you want to be a part of. Your beliefs and the things that you believe to be true are all shaped by the group that you want to be a part of. You change those things to be part of that group. You don't do it like cognizantly, but you do it. And there isn't this like true self that's being hidden because of all the stigma and the problems. Like, no, that's not how that works. What I think isn't based on a group I want to be a part of, or else I wouldn't be where everyone else disagrees. Yeah, but everyone else doesn't disagree. That's the thing, is you found communities and other people who shared things that you were willing to buy into. Like, they all had things that you were willing to believe, and you ended up being part of that group. Of course, you can be stigmatized out of being able to act your true self. I don't think that that's a thing.
This tool that we've never had before. The ability to curate and create our bubbles with an ease that was never, ever had. It is so easy to never hear opinions that disagree with you. It is so easy to never face any kind of disagreement. You don't like what someone's saying? Block them. You don't like how someone phrases something? You never have to see them. You make them disappear, right? In a very real way. They cease to exist for you. The algorithms and things direct us down these paths to an extent. And so, yes, I think that this kind of radical acceptance of our own bubbles is harmful.
Yeah, I think existing is harmful. I think humans being alive is harmful. I think humans are creatures that learn over time. I think we're flawed. I think we make mistakes. I don't think you get to exist without harming people. But I think you learn to harm people less. Harm reduction.
Interesting.
Do you think if we make gay people terrified of admitting they are gay, then they are just not gay? No, you're... Hold on. There are things that I think that can be like... I think that there would be less gay people. Yes. I think that like becoming gay probably has to do with like some biological characteristics and some social characteristics, but personality-wise, belief-wise, what is true, like there is no like objective what is true. So so your brain shapes these things over time. It intakes information and is going to change form of what it wants to believe is true based on society. So every part of your personality, not like something like being gay or being black or something like things that are a little bit more immutable and biological. Now your biology can help push you in one direction or another, just meaning that you can become more likely to end up in one direction or another. But it isn't like your biology isn't your true self. Like how you are socialized is also your true self. Like how all of these things are, it is all an amalgamation of what makes you into something. People can be afraid to speak their minds. Yeah, true. No duh.
Interesting. Okay. Overall, you seem like and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you seem
People are constantly stigmatized out of being your true self. That is the basis of civilization. Right, but then it just stopped. Like they are stigmatized and socialized into being that self, and then stigmatized and socialized out of being that one as well. The true self is also socialized and stigmatized. Like that, like any type of self that you are ever going to be is always going to be socialized and stigmatized into that being. So you're just saying, oh, you're being socialized and stigmatized out of being your true self, but your true self was socialized and stigmatized into being that as well.
like you think that social media has.
Tom, I'm scared of AI, and I think it's going to enslave us and make us its pets, and also kill a few billion of us in the path towards this future. It's deeply concerning. I also believe that, actually. I think it's almost 100% already happening. Like, for sure, already happening. They're just waiting for the moment.
It's been a greater boon than it has the harms it has done. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think everything that is accessible to us is good for us in balance. So social media is a good thing. We should never have made it a bad thing, and it's on us when we do. That's why I say social media is a reflection of us. I think we're the problem. I think our politicians are a reflection of us. I think our leaders are a reflection of us.
That's way too meta. I don't buy it. Personality traits are never a real thing. Like they're not like a thing that you just are. Personality traits are things that you learn. You learn all of these things. All of them, right? If you were born in Africa, you would be an insanely different person with very different beliefs, very different interests, very different cares about the world, right? It is not there is not a true self. It is not meta at all. It is just a fact of the matter. You are learning every part of yourself as you age and as you grow up. Each little speck of you is learned. That's not true. There are biological proclivities that dictate your personality. Hold on. Not dictate. No. I mentioned this earlier. There are biological things that can make you more likely to go one direction or the other. But they are not going to dictate your personality. No. You can be socialized out of any sort of biological personality trait. Like, of course. But lots of things are like biologically driven. They're just not 100% biological. I don't know, certain personality traits do seem genetic. Yes, there are. It's not the personality trait in and of itself that is genetic. It is the personality, like it is the genetic part just means that you are more likely to be that thing. It does not mean that you are going to be that thing or are going to be that way. You can't be socialized out of being base stress reaction. Sure, but that's not really like we see this as like an outward personality trait, but that is like, yes, that is just a purely biological thing. But what type of music you like, what kind of clothes you wear, what kind of restaurants you like, what kind of food you enjoy, like a lot of these things, they can have biological underpinnings, but they're not a purely biological thing. They are mostly going to be socialized. You form your true self based off of what you learn from the society you live in. That society typically tries to nudge you in certain directions. Exactly. So that is like what we're talking about when we talk about like socializing people into doing things and stigmatizing them out of doing things. Like being influenced by experiences in your life is different than being traumatized into not feeling like you can speak your mind. Yes, but again, you only had that mind because you were influenced into having that mind.
I don't blame authority. We are authority. We are the masses. We are the majority. So I blame the majority, just like I do when I think about myself being a Middle Eastern woman or a queer person. The majority has the power, and we are part of some voting majority. And we often don't do what's responsible by helping society. I'm in a live show. I'll talk to you soon. My brother just came home. So yeah. So I think that we are more responsible, but I also think we're just people being people. We're doing our best. Like when I look at the
Tom is extremely fair. True. True. This is true. And that is different than being stigmatized into hiding that mind. Wait, being socialized, like stigmatization is part of socialization. Stigmatizing is part of socializing. Influence is like stigmatizing is influence. Socialization is influence. That's what those are. It's not different. It's the same thing.
people in my life who have done some pretty horrible things, myself included, and I look at me and I'm like, why did I do that? I remind myself that I remember that Brittany. I remember why she did those things. I remember why she thought it was her only choice. And it wasn't until she realized it wasn't her only choice, she made better ones. In society right now,
experiences shaped who I was more than any form of societal pressure. You understand that your experiences are going to be based on societal pressure, right? You understand that, right? Like the people that you are around, who you are experiencing and who you are socializing with are also socialized by other people who they're engaging with, and they're also listening to radio and watching television, which is also socializing them, who were socialized by people around them. It literally is like a massive web of everybody just influencing one another and changing people. And it's not just changing like very surface level things, like the shape of your brain, the shape of like the way that your brain is wired. You will connect new tissue and create new pathways from one place to the other, like all based on your experiences. This is how the human mind works. Everything in your life is constantly changing your brain. We can see this scientifically. This sort of thinking, I feel, is why Katie believes in diversity quotas. I feel what you're saying, Tom, but you need to be able to differentiate psychological terror with experiencing other things in life. Dude, I am differentiating them. I don't understand why you're saying that. I am differentiating them. Your psychological terror is because of the experiences in your life. Like, I don't know. They're not related whatsoever. I am separating them. They are very, like, they are not things that could be the same. Like they are insanely different things. One is caused by the other.
We really think there's only so many choices. Look at Fresh and Fit. You only have one way of doing things. There's only one way because women are this. That's not how reality is. We are all so unique. There's so many different ways to exist. But if you think you only have one or two choices,
damn it, sir! Stop speaking my thoughts. I thought I found a good new YouTuber to watch, but we might be too similar. Yeah, nobody who's like me watches me. It is very depressing. I'm very lonely over here.
You know what I'm saying? Of course you're going to default to one of the two. You know,
this sounds like the internet is just a huge hive mind of everyone who live on the internet gets influenced by who is most popular on the internet. Yes, this is why we have trends. This is why trends happen. This is, yes, like this is, yes, literally, yes. Like humans are trendy. Like language is trendy. Style is trendy. Like YouTube is trendy. TikTok is trendy. Facebook is trendy. Social media might just be a trend. Like, electronics are trendy. Like literally everything is just based on trends. And we all start to like different things based on the things that we liked before and what other people that we like, what they like, and then the things that they like and the people that they like and what they like. And it's just like, yes, it is a never-ending cycle of all of us influencing one another all the time. You're equating cancel culture with justice when it is not the case most of the time. It's just toxic groupthink. Toxic groupthink can be justice. Like, toxic groupthink was when men with torches and pitchforks showed up to the pedophile's house to burn him at a stake. That was justice. It was also toxic groupthink.
No, but I think life is so much more. There's so many more options to existence.
What is, I guess to kind of get on a little bit of a different track for a little bit. What is one option that you think that people aren't taking right now, but in general, should? What is something that is something people...
Inherently not justice. No, I disagree with that. I think justice is a completely separate thing from whether or not the interaction or the process to getting justice is toxic, right? Trump can be a horrible person and do horrible things, but if he is charged with a crime that he didn't actually commit for political reasons, like, is it justice? Like, should he have been arrested and charged in put in jail? Yes, that is justice. But was it done in like a toxic way, or was the process wrong? Yeah, of course. Like, people showing up to your house with torches and pitchforks, that's not a good thing. That is not like a good thing that people are doing that. We shouldn't have vigilante justice like that. But it is vigilante justice. It is still a type of justice. It's just not a good process to get justice. It's not a process that we can use consistently.
For whatever reason, in general, aren't choosing to do, but they really should, and they probably should get on it. What would you advocate for people to kind of wake up to?
What if the PDF file is just wrongly accused? Is that justice? No. Well, of course, and that's what I'm saying, is that the process is toxic. But you can't say that because the process was toxic, that automatically the outcome was not justice. The outcome can still be justice if they actually were a PDF file.
Start choosing.
Damn, that's a good question, Whick. That's a really good question. I hope this answer makes sense, but one of the things...
I didn't hear the question.
What is one option that you think that people aren't taking right now, but in general, should? What is something that is something people, for whatever reason, in general, aren't choosing to do, but they really should, and they probably should get out?
They're not thinking outside of their bubbles enough.
Right. What would you advocate for people to kind of wake up to and start choosing?
If all humans are just products of their environment, then why do we punish that which results? Then why do we punish that which results? Because you still have free will in that process. Like, you are still choosing things. So like I've talked about actually like separating myself from everybody for years and just sitting by myself and just not really hanging out with friends, not talking to people, not being around my family, and literally just working on myself and just changing my reactions, changing my reflexes, these sorts of things. Most people don't do it in that amount of time in that sort of way, but that is still kind of how they do it, just in a very like spread out and an almost subconscious sort of way, where they see something happen and they're like, oh, that's kind of cool, I kind of like that thing, And then later they're like, oh, I could do this too. And then they just do it. And then over time it becomes a habit. And then eventually it's a habit that they never even like, they don't even remember where that came from or why they're doing this. Like you still have responsibility in your own, in who you become and who it is you emulate and who it is that you attach yourself to, right? All of these things are still like your responsibility that you yourself are doing. Some of it's completely subconscious and that you may never know, right? Like things like what your parents ingrained in you at an early age, right? You may never be able to know or change those things, and it's just stuck within you. And especially like biological things that are like going to be underpinnings pushing you and driving you in one direction the entire time, meaning that your brain is going to pay more attention and it's going to be stimulated by things that you cannot help, right? So like me and my dad both like fighting. My dad was a third degree black belt taekwondo. He enjoyed fighting. He loved beating the crap out of people. Me growing up, I love fighting. I love getting in fights. I love playing football. I love being very aggressive when I played basketball and really physical. Like I enjoy these things. It's just something that I enjoy. But I don't know why I enjoy it. My brain just gets stimulated when I do these things. There is likely some sort of biological underpinning that stimulates my brain, that makes me want to do these things. That over time creates patterns and habits that makes me more likely to continue doing these things. But I'm still choosing to listen to the stimulation of my brain. I am still choosing to accept that stimulation and go, right? So like a hot babe just in the middle of the street just comes over and opens up her trench coat, and she is just the most perfectest, hottest looking babe of all time. And I'm single and I'm ready to mingle. And she's like, hey, hotel room right there. You and me, baby. Let's go. The stimulation of like my, everything within my body telling me that I should go do this thing is one aspect, but the process of choosing whether or not I do this thing is a different part of my brain. So it's like, yeah, it's like I'm in a raft on a river, and I can, like, I'm getting pushed, but I can choose, like, I still got to paddle. There's different pathways and different directions I can go, and different creeks and rivers. I can choose which one I go down and where to go, but the entire time I'm still getting like shoved, and sometimes it can be harder to like make my way all the way from over here to over there and get to the ones that I kind of want to get to and crap like that. But each time I go down a path, I'm creating a process that makes me more likely to repeat that path. And when I do that, my brain is creating new stems and new pathways to deliver information for that thing to continue doing it. Damn, you fight too. I bet you punch it out with your best friend and get some drinks together an hour later. I didn't know they still made kids like you anymore. Bro, you need to go watch my debate with Chud Logic recently. Him and his chat just freaked out, dude. They went nuts when I talked about the fact that, like, yeah, I think somebody deserves to get punched once in a while. Like, it is what it is. I was like, if somebody like walks into this is the example I used. I said, Somebody walks into a restaurant and they're standing at the door, and you and your wife are at the opposite end of that restaurant, okay? And you're sitting there having a nice meal, and they just walk in the door and they start calling your wife a bitch and a slut and a whore and all sorts of stuff. And they're just talking so much crap about your wife. You stand up and you start walking towards them. They have the choice to turn around and run away. And if they run away, you should just let it go. But if you can walk all the way from the back of that restaurant to the front of the restaurant and they're still standing there, that dude deserves to get punched in the freaking face. And it is justice, and it is good. And it will be good. It is all good. And they freaked out about this. I gave another example. I said one time, my buddy, best friend, kissed my girlfriend, or tried to kiss my girlfriend. She pushed him off, and then she told me immediately. And I was supposed to go pick him up that night from work. So I went. He was living with me. I packed all of his stuff up into a bag, and I put it in my car, and I went to go pick him up. And I got out of the car, and I walked over to him and just punched him in the gut real hard, knocked the wind out of him. He fell over to the ground, and I dropped his bag of everything on top of him. And I was like, all right, man. See you later. Got back in my car and drove off. Still my best friend. Like, I still love this guy. He's still my dude. But yeah, I mean, he had that wasn't going to fly. So, yeah, they freaked out. They were like, whoa, dude, you're dangerous, bro. You're a friggin' danger to society. We got to get you off the streets, man. You're a friggin' psycho, bro.
Damn, that's a good question, Whick. That's a really good question. I hope this answer makes sense, but one of the things that I advocate for a lot, and I walk the walk with is if people are open to it and want to consent to it, I really think negotiation works really well. And I mean this in a very particular way. I came to my mother years ago. We had been having a
sucker punched him. Yeah, I would say. I guess I would consider that a sucker punch. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I think in scenarios, sucker punches are called for.
lot of problems in communication, just like horrible communication styles. No,
I would end the friendship or reevaluate it completely if that happened personally. So I get that, and I like it, and that's what Chud said. He was like, why not just stop being friends with him? Like, what the hell? Like, why would you have to getting physical over something when there's not a physical threat to you? They're like, that's stupid. Nobody should ever like get violent when there is not a violent threat against them. And I was like, yeah, but this is my best friend. Like, we've been through a ton of crap together. We've been through the ringer. We are not just going to stop being friends. It's just not going to happen. Doesn't matter what happens. We're just not going to stop being friends. So the options were either punch him or just let him get away with it. They're like, well, why not just talk to him? Like, because what is that going to do? He already knows he's not supposed to try to kiss my girlfriend. What am I supposed to talk to him about? Hey, buddy, did you know that I don't like it if you try to kiss my girlfriend? Like, what am I'm not going to, he already knows this. What is talking going to do? I was like, so no, there had to be some sort of consequence for it. You got the consequence. Him and me are still friends. I haven't talked to that chick in 10 years. Like, it is what it is.
No fault to her or me, to be honest with you. We couldn't do better at the time. So I went to therapy and I learned DBT, which is...
Chud is British. They're different. That is why they have hooligans. No, it's not even that. Tom, wouldn't you call that unconditional love? No, because again, if he killed my mom, I would not be friends with him anymore. But I don't think it has anything to do with him being British, okay? I said this on there, and they all got very offended by this. But I was like, I grew up like a jock, a drug dealer. I went to prison. I lived a very different life from everybody else in this space who all grew up freaking sitting at home watching anime. Like, I had girlfriends. I had sex. I had friends. I was like, I am very different from most of the people in this space. And so I was like, I understand that, like, the the like majority of people who hear me say these things, like I played football, I played basketball, like we were always rough, we were always hitting each other, we were always punching each other, and like, you know, roughhousing and wrestling and like doing all sorts of crap. Like, this is just what we all did. And so when you guys act like this is insane, I think you guys are insane. And I think most people are like me. I think most people are closer to me than they are to you guys. And they all got so offended. Oh, so we're just a bunch of losers then. Okay. Oh, so we're just a bunch of stupid losers on the internet. That's what you're saying. Like, no, that's not what I meant. I understand why you would take it that way. I did that and watched anime and was in the military, and we beat the tar out of each other. Yeah, like I didn't watch, like, yeah, I didn't read comic books. I never played Final Fantasy. I never played Legend of Zelda. I played Madden and NBA 2K and Halo and Gears of War and Call of Duty and like crap like that. Like, I played very, very different games. I feel very disconnected from most of the people in these spaces. But I like it. I like this space, and I like everybody here, and I like engaging with all of these people. So when I know that they see this as me being like a dick to them, I don't think of it that way. I like everybody here. I like that this place is different, and I like being around people who are very different from me. And I like having conversations with people who think differently from me. And that's what is like so attractive about this space to me, is it's just such an odd group of people that I enjoy. I love it. Hey, I watched anime and had a life. I say this all the time. I say this in people's chats all the time, where they're like, "Did you ever watch anime?" I'm like, "No, I had sex." Gears of War 1 is the GOAT. It is. It is the ultimate Gears of War, where they just remade the entire thing. So good, dude. So good. Shotguns all day. No lasers, just or what was it? Was it lasers? It's not lasers. Warzone, or it was execution. Execution all day. All shotguns, execution. Yeah. Gears of War is lame. Damn, dude. Lancers, yes, Lancers, yes. No Lancers, just shotguns. I grew up as a fashionable, kind of eccentric gay teenager in New York who played games with my best friend and went to clubs and shows, etc. I only started watching anime with my third boyfriend. Okay. Co-parter. I'm boomer age-ish. I grew up in the hood. We didn't have the internet. We were too old to go outside and make friends and be home by the time streetlights came on. Yeah, I was like, most of my life I was like what most people would call a wigger. Like, until I was like 21, 22. Like, most people would have called me a wigger, but I was really good at sports, and so I was kind of in the jock like crowd. If they're in the Twitch poll, they can't really deny being losers. That's messed up. It's probably more like 30, 30, 30, 30% like to fight, 30% will fight for some good enough reason, 30% who never will. So, I mean, that's what I think, though. I think that I like to fight, but I will only fight for a good enough reason. Like, I haven't fought since, like, maybe I was like 21, something like that. I don't think I've hit anybody or gotten in a fight in a very long time. But like the scenarios that I'm talking about, I like the two scenarios that I gave, like the restaurant one or the person, or like, you know, my best friend. Like, I feel like those are I feel like those are good reasons. Why don't I answer what? I just scrolled up and I don't see anything. Oh, did you play Need for Speed? Yes. On PlayStation. Yeah. Need for Speed, what was it? Something Patrol? Hot Patrol? Is that what it was? Need for Speed Hot Patrol? Yes. Oh, this is a newer one. Yeah, Need for Speed Hot Patrol was like the dope. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen my debate with Chud, let's see. So this is on my channel.
Appreciate. I mean, again, it depends on the context, but just insulting someone's wife. I mean, going straight to violence for that, I would think that's still excessive.
But I think that just the threat of it existing whatsoever is always a good thing. Like, I think that just people being worried about that being a possibility consequence of what they're doing is always going to be a good thing. That one of the things that I talked about is the fact that people hitting each other once in a while is a good outcome. Like, this is a good thing because we need to have a threat of violence between men. We need to be afraid of one another. If we're not, then we can say anything to one another. We can do anything. We can be trolls. We can be horrible people. Like, what's the saying? An armed society is a civil society. It's the same thing. Like, having the threat of violence around one another is what makes us civil. We are civil with one another, not because we are violent with one another, but because there is a threat of violence with one another. And so once in a while, somebody punching somebody else is what makes sure that there is that threat of violence. This is the first debate you saw me in. So yeah, this is the, you wouldn't talk to me like that if we were in person, is they're saying. Like,
I don't think this is
would punch you.
necessarily true. Like that, have you ever been in an argument with your friends and it gets aggressive? And you start, I mean, I don't know. I maybe just say, hey man, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, that's insane that you would do that. Like, obviously we can't live together anymore. I'll put your stuff out on the front doorstep. We're never talking again. Like, I mean, you've just. I don't know if you've realised how fucking insane and untenable your position is.
I'm not understanding where you think it's insane. Everything that you brought up, I think these are like how most people would look at it. I think
surely your ability to engage in violence against a woman should act as a disincentive for them to be violent towards you then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the process of holding
That's not what
them
you're
down,
saying.
Like it is what I'm saying. I just said that you. The interactions are edge cases in the first place. Yes, this is what most people would do in these interactions. But then you're taking that and acting like, oh, this is so normal, and I'm actually like, we don't want violence all over the place, and blah blah blah. It's not going to be all over the place because these are already very rare things that happen. Whereas I'm saying interpersonal, immoral scenarios where
I'm not talking. Okay.
One we would just say, oh yeah, well you just have to deal with it and suck it up and walk away. And I don't think that should always be the expectation. I think that there are times where those people who are the ones doing something wrong, they should be the ones bearing the consequences, not the person who's the victim. Bro, quit victim blaming. Let's go. Big L for Tom, maybe.
Is an amazing thing that came into my life. And I learned that if I taught my mother how to negotiate with me and communicate with me clearer, we could be closer. And it worked. So I sat my mom down. I said, okay, Mom, we're going to negotiate. And she goes, what does that mean? I'm your mother. What does that mean? I go, I would like to negotiate boundaries. And she goes, what does that, Betsy, what are you doing? Betsy means my daughter. She goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I go, sit down, listen. I go, how would you like me to talk to you? And she goes, what do you mean? I was like, I find that sometimes when we speak, we tend to hurt each other's feelings. How would you prefer that I speak to you?
Blew my mind when Chud said that. It's way more extreme than giving him a bop. Yeah, yes, cutting somebody out of my life. Well, so okay, so this is what I figured out afterwards, and I didn't realize. I thought that we both. So okay, Here's what it was. This is like a big misunderstanding because when I was reading through the comments after, and I read through the comments like a month after, I went and looked at his comment section, okay? I guess, I mean, maybe I should show his intro because his intro might make me look very different. But, what was I saying? Okay, so I realized one of the big miscommunications for us was him and his audience didn't understand that when I'm talking about like using violence, I already know that there is some sort of proportionality within that violence. I think what they hear is go try to knock his freaking head off. Go try to kill that person. Try to give them brain damage. Swing as hard as you possibly can, which is not what I was saying. Like, I think that everybody understands to use some sort of like proportionality within violence. Like, they all know like what is acceptable. And there's tons of videos where you see people get into fights and everybody in the comment section isn't saying, wow, I can't believe they got into a fight. It's, dude, that guy swung way too hard. That's dangerous, right? Like, that's what, like, everybody knows, like, yes, there are levels to how you do this. But I guess if you're talking to people who don't get into fights or who have never been into fights, that isn't already assumed. And I didn't even think to mention that. So I think that that's where like a big disconnect came from in that conversation as well. Because yeah, I think they hear, yeah, just go knock their freaking head off. There it is.
There he is.
Hey, yo.
By the way, are you black?
Oh, I guess there is no. Oh. Hold on.
Well, now, hang on a minute. No, you're being a moron here because obviously
I went to his work. He came out in the parking lot. I sucker punched him. I would say probably not. No,
I think what are you doing? Why are you throwing this hard?
Because I do believe that there's a different level of like how we hold women accountable and how we would deal with them.
Oh my god! What? But you're saying it's good.
The overly feminist take. Well, no, you just gotta hit women too.
No! Don't. You're saying it's good. You're saying it's a good thing.
No, you're the one doing
because
that.
There's a difference between
it, bro.
Because you're retarded, mate.
Yeah, but in general, I think escalation is like necessary for things to stop happening.
I'm not black. No, I have Native American in my blood, but I am not black. No. I think he was asking that because I was talking about black culture as somebody who grew up in black culture, and I think he was making fun of me. Like, I was talking as somebody who grew up in the hood and who grew up in like went to an all-black school, went to an all-black church, lived in an all-black neighborhood. Like, I think that's how he I think he was making fun of me.
And she like looked at me, and for once in my life, my mom and I really asked each other, what do you need from me as your daughter? Because there had been this pre-given script we had both been given about how mothers and daughters should act towards each other, and it wasn't working for us. So we made our own, and that 100% shifted how we communicate. Our relationship is so good. I just called her the other day and talked to her for like 4 hours about YouTube drama. I was like, Mom, my job is so weird right now. And I was like giving her the
Tom Whick's a nice person, isn't he? I don't know what you're asking.
Details on everything. And my mom's just like, Betsy, I'm in my 60s. I don't know what this means, but I'll help, And here's my mom trying to
I guess he seems like a nice guy.
Give me wisdom. That could never have been the past. My mom knows about my YouTube presence. She knows about my OnlyFans presence. She doesn't like it. But at least she knows that I'm obviously more happy than I've ever been, more joyful. And so that communication style would be what I would want for the world. Don't be afraid to ask each other, what do you really need or want from me? And if you can't get it from me, that's okay. I think we can go our own ways now. I think people are afraid of that.
Well, then let's do it now. What do you really want or need from me in this situation? What do you want this interview, this discussion, this conversation? What do you want that you aren't getting, and you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not great at this, right? I'm pretty new, but yeah. In what ways? What questions have I not asked you that you're like, man, I wish Whick would kind of ask me this. I wish Whick would bring this up.
Okay, so I have to ask you a question first because my brain works on a goal-oriented way. I just won't do anything unless I have a goal. So I need what's your goal for this conversation? Do you have one?
My brain works different. I'm the river. We go with the flow. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. So I think you've done amazing so far, and I've really liked these questions, and I'm kind of sneaking a peek at chat, and chat is loving this. They said it's really refreshing and good. So right now, I think you're doing great. I think I'm getting what I want, and I think I'm getting what I need. I feel comfortable.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I feel good.
Then that's just a check-in thing. Goals. Let's talk about those. Okay, what is your goal in this space? Like in general, like what is your current goal?
Okay, I have tried to explain this to people, and genuinely, I don't think anyone believes me. I love making content. I've been making content for 12 years, 14 years, whatever
What does
it's
that
been.
mean? That's so broad. Can you be more specific?
I am willing to put myself out there to talk to people. And I like making content, and content allows me to talk to people. I like putting my ideas out there. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with talk radio. I've called into all of them. I've met Sean Hannity. I've met Glenn Beck. Like, I've done crazy things in my life because I was
The one I just showed you is on my channel. So this is Chud's channel. And then, yeah, when I search Chud Logic Tomfoolery, the first thing that popped up is this one. It says, no jumper drama debate with Chud Logic on violence. So yeah, that's why we had the debate, is because him and Destiny were talking about the guy who threw a drink at the other guy, and they're like, that's assault. You don't assault somebody. All he did was just like say something about your mom, dude. Like, you don't assault somebody over words. You never assault somebody. You never get violent over words. That should never happen. And I was like, wait. Okay, I agree with you in this instance. He shouldn't have assaulted the guy. Like, he was being a little sensitive. But to say never get violent over words, that's where I disagree. And then also I was like, yeah, I think in black culture, like, they were making fun of the guy for sleeping with a trans woman, and they outed him on the podcast and told everybody, and it's mostly a black audience. And I was like, yeah, in that culture, like, that could mess up his entire career. Like, it's like you're taking his job away. You're messing with his money. And at that point, yeah, like, I would think a lot of people might get violent. I think that you have to be, like, more cognizant of what it is that is happening in that culture, because I think that you just seem a bit out of touch if you're just acting like they grew up just like you and everybody else, and there's a completely different way of doing things over there.
Sure, I would be a talk radio host in the Republican Party. I was sure. Like a Republican talk, I was sure. And then I realized as I moved out of the Republican kind of bubble and moved into the liberal one, and then the Democrat one, and then the progressive one, and then, I realized that my goal as I made content through all of those changes was...
Destiny said he would rather get raped than have his nose broken. This nose has been broken maybe like 4 times.
Always just to talk to people. That's why I've met so many people. That's why I've talked to so many people. I'm just like, hey, you want to talk? But I think ultimately it's to possibly learn something new about myself or the universe. Somebody out here has an answer I don't know yet, and I want you all to tell me what it is. So my goal is to continue that conversation and to get those goals met. And since this has now turned into my job, obviously it's to sort of learn how to be a businesswoman and maintain income. So that's the realistic part of it. But yeah,
this is so hard. I'm very new to
it's a thing.
It's difficult.
You have to have multiple streams of income. Listen to me, multiple streams of income. That's the only way I know how to do it. Otherwise, I fail.
I'm with you. Like, I just started dual streaming to YouTube, and that's been a good thing, right? But it's a struggle. I think for me, it feels like begging, and I don't like that, right? I'm like, okay, gang, give me gifts and subs and super chats and stuff, and it feels so kind of, it feels like an imposition. And despite my values, I would like to oppose on them. I generally am not a person who engages in an imposition, right? I think that's one of my values, is live and let live to an extent that we should. But yeah, if someone asks me like, hey, what do you think lying's bad or good? I won't say, well, it depends on what you think. I'll say, no, lying's bad. So.
Right.
Yeah, I think I will say that one of the things that I did for myself as a content creator, because I always worked jobs, I was a professional.
No, this is based by Whick, because this is like, if I was ever going to talk to her, this is exactly what I would talk to her about. Is when she talks about moral relativism, she talks about it as though like anybody can do anything, and there's no real right or wrong there. There's no like one way that is better than another way or something like that. That's just ridiculous. That is an insane way of thinking. we can obviously make arguments to what would give us more utility, what would have less harm, what would have better outcomes. Like there's just there are ways for us to argue for what is a better way of doing things, and for her to just act like, oh, it's just anything you want to think. No, nope, no, it's not.
Nanny in my 20s. That's how I basically made money.
And whatever you think is right or wrong is what you think other people should do. Like, it just is. To be like, oh no, well, it's just what I think I should do. Well, why? Why do you think you should do it? Because you think that's the best way to do it. If you think that's the best way to do it, then you think that's how other people should do it too.
As well as doing YouTube for free, basically. So I'd work 3 jobs. I always work 3 jobs. That's like the rule. Until you can make one of them your full-time income, just work 3 jobs. That's like so American, so workaholic of me. But it worked for me. So I used to do things for free. I still do, right? As YouTubers, you just post content and you hope it makes money. Like you're not getting prepaid. I'm not getting paid. So for me, what I hope is that my YouTube channel will encourage people to like sign up for my Discord or do other things, because those are the things where like actual like discourse can happen, real conversation can happen, which is my ultimate goal. But I'll say that this is an awkward space. It's a new space. I'm still learning how to navigate it. I tend to like everybody in this space, even though we all disagree. And I think that's kind of something that I want to maintain in the long run, is that this is a space that's confusing and it's going to get messy, but hopefully we can get past it. So that's kind of my goal in the space too, to be somebody who's okay with it being chaotic.
Well, yeah, there's my chat's saying I'm being too mild on you. They want me to go hard on you.
Go harder on me, Whick.
I can't think of I guess well, I guess I'll just ask it, right? So recently, and I know you don't want to talk about the personal relationship, so we won't get into that. But recently you had kind of a public bridge burning episode with Destiny. Can you kind of just, from your perspective, from a professional perspective, kind of through your eyes in your bubble, kind of walk us through what happened?
Ooh, I think it was just a very messy situation with a lot of miscommunication. On both ends. So for me, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I feel like a private conversation could fix it in 20 minutes. But I think that if we keep having it on the internet, it's not going to get fixed because it's not the internet's business. The multi-layers that go into our relationship is confusing. As a professional, I have critiques of the content that's being curated, but not because I think the content's bad. I think the ideas are bad.
What are can you give me some examples of these from a content creator's perspective, bad ideas that are being curated?
So my friend told me this. I'll say this publicly. My friend scolded me this morning. She was right. She said that I didn't offer grace in places I normally do with people. And to be honest, I think I do have a short fuse with people who don't walk the walk. And so I think I got to the point where I kept hoping somebody would walk the walk. And when I didn't see it happen, I just lost all grace.
What would walking the walk look like in this situation? What could have Destiny have done to demonstrate to you that he was willing to walk the walk, so to speak?
Well, okay, and I could be wrong on this. Somebody tried to explain it to me that Destiny's bubble is political, and I'm not in politics anymore. So Destiny as a political streamer is good because he moves people from the radical sides to the center, which is the goal. And I thought, oh, that's really healthy. But my job is interpersonal work. My job is the individual. So when I look at somebody's walk the walk, that's an individual's responsibility, not a political streamer who's pushing a political ideology. That is different because that's for society, and I work for individuals. So I think the big miscommunication here was that I kept thinking Steven and I would eventually find a space where we could be talking about the same thing. But every time I come on the streams, I'm always talking about the individual. And he's always talking about society. So I really just think it was a mistake, like a miscommunication.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I really do.
The individual and the society are inextricably linked. So at least from an outsider's perspective, because I'm going to be real with you, I don't follow the lore too much, right? I heard about it. I don't know the specifics, right? Society is made up of individuals. So if you change individuals, you can change society. I think that you actually, at least from this very small nugget you've given me, kind of do have the same goal. It's just you're coming at it from different sides. You're spit roasting it, right? Like you're coming from the bottom up, he's looking from the top down. Do you really think that's like irreconcilable? Irreconcilable? You know the word I'm saying.
No, I don't think it is, but I think that there needs to be something clear about who I am as a person. So, you know, when Abba and Preach takes down these red pillars, it's so fun to watch. And they'll talk about like Donovan and how he says one thing but does another. And he's a loser for doing that. He's lame. He's not even disciplined with his own philosophy. How do I not then extend that to other people on the internet? That same form of judgment. If you don't walk the walk, I don't really care what you're saying. Now, I do come from political progressive bubbles as well as Republican bubbles. And in both those bubbles, though people behind closed doors are doing unethical things, the idea is when they're caught, you're in trouble. So in this debate sphere, it doesn't seem like people want personal responsibility. They want to know if the politics is moving society in a way they want. So that's just very hard for me to understand.
I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah?
Like, I'm going to put a pin on this. Like, it's two-team sports in here. Like, there are a lot of people who just because someone shares their political values will excuse, and I'm not saying, I'm speaking generally here. I'm not addressing this specific situation. I want to be clear, right? Yeah, if someone is a political ally, they will excuse all sorts of heinous acts from that person, and they won't hold them accountable in a real way. Now, that's not everyone, but too many. Let's say, I won't say it's even the majority, but too many do this. It's a problem, and it does need to be fixed. So I'm with you on that, 100%. I guess what I'm failing to understand, maybe you can help elucidate me, if you feel it's worth the time, right? Is how Destiny failed at that, right?
Okay, so let's say you're Sneeko and you're a young man and you're looking at men, and the men in the red pill are telling you, this is how we treat women. And then this guy comes on and goes, no, you should treat women better. And then Sneeko goes, okay, how do you treat your wife? And I'm not saying that I'm objective here, but cheating's pretty bad. And I'm not saying you're a bad person if you cheat. I'm saying it's a bad thing. And I'm saying that means you broke consent, right? Because that means you agreed to something. Because cheating can't exist unless you agreed, right? So if I'm Sneeko and I'm seeing this rich guy who hangs out with younger women and doesn't care about their consent, how is that different from Red Pill? It's just...
I hate the way she says this. He doesn't care about their consent. That is totally... That is not the way to word this. That is such a weird... Like, she says ridiculous stuff like this all the time, where, like, in this case, it's more about like the contract that they've created, an agreement between one another that their relationship is built on. There are things that they choose to keep intimate and just between the two of them. That to call that breaking consent is really strange. It's breaking the contract, yes, but breaking consent, that is an odd way to put it. Like, sure, they consented to the contract, but the contract is what is being broken, not the consent.
It doesn't make sense to me. There's no consistency. It's like meeting a Republican who says, like, have a traditional marriage where you don't cheat, and then you find out they're having an affair.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
For me, I'm not a big fan. But look, I have people in my inner circle that have cheated. I have people all over my life who have cheated. Cheating is so common, apparently. But I still think it's bad, and I think it's unhealthy. And I think it's awkward to sort of be like, I try my hardest again to walk the walk. So if I fail, I admit it. If I say I haven't lived up to my values, I admit it. Now, if cheating is a part of your value system, which for some of my people it is.
Yes, I know what she means, but the implication from saying breaking consent is very different. That's what I'm saying, is that I know what she means, but what she's saying gives like much harsher implications.
Is. For some people in my life, lying and cheating to their partners is okay. And the women and men consent to it both. Kind of like the fresh and fit girls who will consent to that type of one-sided
consent to the breaking of terms? Well, yeah, obviously nobody's going to consent to breaking a contract, but that's not breaking their consent. That's still breaking the contract. I think she put it fair. She consents to let him sleep around as long as he is upfront about it. Right, but that is not breaking the consent. Again, what you consent to is like what you agree to. You are not breaking what they agree to.
Relationship in an unhealthy way, right? Everyone can consent,
Freddie?
But I still have an opinion that I think is unhealthy, and I'm just confused on when things are supposed to match up. Like I remember I used to hang out with a bunch of progressive YouTubers, and in public, it was always consent, but in private.
But betraying that is breaking consent, I disagree. You're like levels removed at that point. You're like 2 levels removed from the consent, and you're saying that that's the thing you're breaking when it's not. I understand like downstream that's what you're breaking, but like that's not the actual thing that's being broken, right?
It was, hey, can we get drunk and do BDSM? Can we get drunk and have sex? And I was like, hey, I can't do these things drunk with you for the first time. I need your full sober consent. And then they didn't want to talk to me anymore. So I think of consent as a very strict notion. I think it's really hard to get it perfect. Some could say...
What do you mean? Okay. So it's like if I sat here and I said, Sassafras threw away a bunch of money yesterday. He was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, she threw $100 away. He was like, oh my goodness, that's freaking insane, dude. Why did you throw $100 away? Like in the garbage? What the hell? And you're like, well, no, I tripped and slipped and fell onto a glass table, and the glass table cost $100. And so I broke the table. I'm like, yeah, you paid $100 for that table. You pretty much just threw it away. It's practically just like throwing $100 in the garbage, because you paid $100 for the table, and now the $100 that you paid for the table is gone, and so is the table, so you threw $100 away. It's like, okay, sure, that makes sense. Like, logically, that makes sense. But when you say Sass threw $100 away, that's not what anybody's picturing. Like, that, a table being broken is not what anybody is hearing. They're hearing that, like, $100 got thrown into the freaking garbage, right? So when you say, like, you broke their consent, it sounds like a very, like, one for one, like a very specific interaction on, like, can I do this thing? No. Okay. And then you go and do it, right? Whereas instead, it's like a pre-agreed upon contract from long ago that your relationship is built on, that, and you broke one of the rules to that contract, and that contract was consented to. Well, now you broke the consent. Yeah, but again, like, you're a couple steps removed. It sounds weird to put it that way.
I break my mom's consent by going on OnlyFans or being anti-religious or whatever I do. So I'm just trying to find a balance within my values, and my values got to come first. They just have to.
I get that, right? Like, look, I'm not here to build any bridges or burn any bridges. I'm just trying to understand what happened, why it happened from a professional standpoint, and kind of contextualize and see how this plays out in the larger space as a whole. Because this incident between you two isn't the only incident, right, that's ever going to happen. It's not the only you're not the only two people that's ever going to have these kind of like tiffs, public tiffs.
It's still a part of this. It's still a part of the bubble.
Yes.
Fighting and infighting. Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's a little like, okay, Whick.
Sure.
This is my whole thing.
Please.
I am so open to negotiation, but we all define words differently. My audience and I have been debating what a friend is for like 2 years. Because to me, if I just meet someone once, I'm like, friend. It means nothing to me. Because I grew up in a culture where, like, everyone's your friend. Your neighbors are your friend. Your church people are your friends. So to have a deeper or closer friendship, you have to negotiate. To do this, you have to have time. To do this, you have to have understanding. And I just think it's a common mistake. It's a miscommunication. And it's not that big of a deal. And it's so easily fixed if you believe it works that way. But if you think there's a way that friends always should be.
It's more like if your wife told you not to spend $100 betting at the track, so instead you go spend $100 at the casino, you know you were betraying what she asked in using a loophole. Right? And then what we're talking about is the implication of the word that she's using. So the example that you're giving, I'm assuming, is going to get to like a phrase or a word that's going to be misused here.
Our family should be, then of course we're going to differ. I got so much feedback from people. And they did tell me, Brittany, in my bubble, this would hurt my feelings if you said this to me. And I said, that's so fair. And I said, again, if my friends explicitly come to me and say, hey, don't talk like this. I need you to be, I will negotiate. But no one's come to me yet. I have no DMs, and I have no personal phone calls.
You're saying he hasn't reached out to try to build it on his end?
No, as far as I know, and I won't violate his consent, he's decided to burn the bridge.
Fair enough. Okay.
Like that. I won't violate his consent. Like, that's not violating their consent to reach out to somebody who doesn't want you to reach out to them. That's violating a boundary, but that's not violating their consent. Like, again, like, this is just such a weird way to phrase this stuff. And it is like a hyperbolic way of phrasing it. Like, you have to, she's using it this way because it is very hyperbolic. No, I wasn't going for a word. I was going for a spirit. How it is still betrayal. I'm not disagreeing that it's some sort of betrayal. I'm not saying that it's okay for him to break the contract. That is not an argument that I'm making.
Yeah, I don't want to go too hard on you on this. I know this is kind of a sensitive issue, so I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. But people are asking in my chat.
She comes from the BDSM world, and that's how they talk. I know, that's the point that I'm making. That's what I'm saying. Yes. When she uses words like consent, it sounds like things from like the BDSM world. Yes. And that is the problem. Like, they're not, this is a weird way of putting it. Sure it is. In her bubble, boundaries and consent are pretty close. Setting a boundary like a block is revoking their consent to contact you. I don't... First off, I don't care about her bubble. Her bubble is a bunch of freaking crazy pills, okay? Her bubble is Schizo Town, all right? when you use words like consent, okay, normally people are using consent for like what you can do to them, right? It is like a very like personal thing of like what you consent to, right? So we talk about consenting like you know, when we're mostly when we're talking about consent, normally we're talking about some sort of bodily autonomy, or we're talking about a contract that you consent to. But saying, oh, he did not consent to me sending him a DM. Like, I send people DMs all the time who I didn't ask them for consent first, because I don't know how I could without sending them a DM asking if I can send them a DM, or if they consent to me sending them a DM, because at that point I've already sent them a DM. Like, it's all ridiculous way of talking. Like, this is a weird way of saying things.
Yeah, look, I'm really happy when I can have friends that are diverse from me. I'm excited that Sneeko wants to keep talking to me and Kyla wants to keep talking to me and all these people. But if they ever felt like my presence wasn't doing them good, of course I'm okay with them moving away from me. Always.
Yes, again, Theta, I understand the point she's making. I'm saying this is a weird way of making the point.
Now, you mentioned grace and extending grace to people. And I guess from my read of the situation, if I may pontificate a moment, indulge me, please. It seems that I was raised, and this is my bubble, praise in public, condemn in private.
Yeah, but Tidro, even in the way that you just made that argument, you're making my argument. That, like, there are levels of separation there. You're consenting to the rules and to the relationship and to the boundaries of the relationship, and you break the boundaries of the relationship, which by extension, you broke their consent, sure. But it's just, yes, it's a very weird way of putting it. Anyways.
Do you think that this being such a public thing was a mistake?
What is all this bubble talk? She calls everything's bubbles. So when she says bubbles, what she means is like your clique, your friend group, your community. She's talking about social norms within your area.
I think I should have had more grace if I was going to talk about it, or maybe preface the conversation with, I've lost all patience.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I think inner circle gets that. My mom does that for me. My relatives will call her and be like, did you see what your daughter did on the internet? My mom will be like, she's 30. She could do what she wants. And then in private, my mom's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? So I think that works. But I have a problem with myself. And this is my shortcoming. I don't know what we're doing on the internet. I don't know who's a friend or what's happening. There's so much miscommunication. And maybe I'm being a little spectrumy here, but I need some clear negotiation at this point. I am very confused. Like, I've met Abba once. Abba and I were chill. He trusted me enough to share an Airbnb with me. But if I went around saying Abba and I were super homies, I feel like that would be really uncomfortable for Abba, because I've talked to him, met him once. Like, we don't talk in private very often. We DM about work. So are we all coworkers or are we friends? Well, I'm friends with
See, she keeps basing this off of how many times they've had like in-person interactions, whereas like most of Destiny's interactions are online. So who he's going to consider a close friend is going to be based on how many interactions he's had with them and how long those interactions are and how personal those interactions are. And he's had a lot of very long personal interactions with Brittany. Like, so he would call her a close friend. And she says that this is weird and that this is, what did she call it? Like antisocial behavior or something like that. I forget what she called it, but she called it something really odd. That was just like, it just seems obvious based on Destiny's, like the way that Destiny socializes, like that would be normal.
my coworkers, but like, what does that mean?
Friendly versus friends. I think that there are a lot of people I'm friendly with. I would agree with you. There are a lot of people I'm friendly with in this space, but they're not my friends. If I'm not talking to someone offline, right? If I haven't broken bread with you, so to speak, if I haven't shared things with you, right? You're probably not my friend. I'm friendly to you. I'll be courteous. I'll be kind. I'll be respectful. I'll be all these things. But yeah, we're not friends.
Okay, this is where I get confused, because like I've met so many YouTubers and like we're all friendly. Like I'm really friendly with like Sargon of Akkad. Like Carl and I are friendly. We like each other. We've worked with each other at events. He's really nice to me. He says good things about me. I say good things about him, even though we so differ. But we're not friends, right? At the same time, I think that's why I need to ask the individual, like, what do you think is going on here? Because again, I'm not sure that, like, when I worked at Kroger, I was friends with everybody I worked with, but I didn't see them outside of work. Or even if I did, even if they poured their whole heart out to me, I'm not sure what that means, right? So it doesn't even matter if I broke bread with you. It doesn't matter if I've slept with you. Are we friends? I don't know. Like, I'm very.
Where do you cross that boundary? Like,
It's
at
up to
what
the
point,
people.
right?
Every individual is different. So for Brittany, like, I could be sleeping with you and I might not consider you a friend. So I don't know what that means. Even though I've only slept with my friends, I still am open to the idea that there might be someone that's not my friend that I could sleep with. Not now. I'm monogamous and I'm getting married, everybody. But do you get what I'm saying? Thank you. I just want people to negotiate with me and tell me what it is for you. Kyla and I actually did that in private and it was really, really great. And we did that a few months ago and that was really necessary because again, my inner circle's full, my time is very limited, but people do tend to reach out to me. And I really appreciate that. I really don't tell people secrets on the internet and I will never tell anything that I was told in private, but I don't think that means what it means to people. Do you get what I'm saying? Just because you've told me things doesn't mean we're having the same amount of intimacy that is being perceived. So just talk
Do people
to me.
have to consent to be your friend?
Sometimes it depends. Some people are really chill and we naturally became friends over years and never really talked about it, but it's obvious. And then some people, we need clear distinctions of boundaries. So I tend to have people in my life
Let
only
me
take.
rephrase.
Oh, okay.
I think I phrased it poorly.
Sorry, go ahead.
Does someone have to consider, does a friendship have to be reciprocal for it to be friendship, in your opinion? So, for example, can you consider someone a friend? Like, this person is my friend without them.
She has to say no. She has to say no to this because everything is based on the individual perception for her. Each person has their own individual way of perceiving things, and how they perceive it is what is true to them. So if somebody sees her as a friend, then she is their friend. That doesn't mean that she considers them her friend, but she has to say yes to this.
Necessarily considering you a friend.
Or she has to say no, that it does not have to be reciprocal.
No, I think no.
It has
That
to
seems
be
inappropriate.
reciprocal? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it not only has to be reciprocal.
Wow, that's what she called it. Inappropriate. That's what it was. She calls it inappropriate for somebody to call her their friend. She is silly. If someone tells you extremely private info and you have to assume they see you as a good friend. Right. And right now, like, yeah, she just said that it does not have to be reciprocal. Or sorry, that it does have to be reciprocal. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate. I think that's what she's saying. I'm going to play it a little bit more, but I think that's what she's saying.
Reciprocal, but for it to be real, it has to be talked about. So I can assume that I'm friends with like Sneeko, but does Sneeko call me? Like, have I talked to Sneeko in private in a while? No. Like, how friendly are we? Do I know Sneeko's like last name? No. Do I know anything about him? No.
So this is the way that men and women think about friendships differently. For women, you have to have constant communication. You have to share intimate information. You have to have one-on-one interactions face to face. And this isn't just Brittany. This is women in general. This is how they think of friendship, right? And over time, if they don't talk to each other for a while, they will just stop being friends. If they get into a small fight, they have to come back together after that small fight, just a small disagreement. They have to come back together after that small disagreement and decide whether or not they want to be friends. And they do that with each other. They talk it through, they talk it out, and they figure out whether or not they can apologize or, get along after, and they decide if they're going to be friends anymore. Whereas men, we just have to do things together. We can sit next to each other, never talk, and just play video games. Or we can just sit next to each other and watch television and never say anything and do it for like a week, and we're friends. We're good friends. We can sit in a Discord and quietly just sit there with one another. We're friends. If we play fantasy football together, we're friends. If we go play basketball together, we're friends. If we play card games together, we're friends. Like, we just do activities with one another, we are now friends. That is how friendships are made for men. We just do shared activities, and now we are friends. And those are the types of shared activities that we do. We do shared activities where we're not really going to be able to talk to one another. We're not really going to be able to share intimate information with one another. We're doing things. We're playing basketball, right? We're busy, but we're busy together, and so now we're friends. Women, they like to do things like go shopping together, where they can stand side by side with one another or face to face with one another and talk. They have to be able to talk while they're doing things. Or they go to lunch, they go out to eat together and sit there and just sit and talk to each other. Or they get on the phone and just sit and talk to each other. Like, these are very, not that men don't do that. I call my friends, we sit, we talk to each other, we have conversations, but But for friends, I will not talk to them sometimes for a year, 2 years at a time, 3 years, 4 years. We're still friends. Those are my boys. Like, I still consider them my friend. They still consider me their friend. Like, unless we have some sort of falling out, we're still friends. If we get into a fight, the closer friends you are, the more likely you are to get into a physical fight. And after you get in the physical fight, you still assume you're friends afterwards. You don't have to come back together and say, okay, man, we got into a fight. Let's figure this out. Let's talk about this. Let's decide if we still want to be friends after this big blow up. No, we're still freaking friends. We might even be closer now. We got into a fight. Like, we're blood brothers now. Like, do you talk about emotional stuff? Somewhat. So I talked about this recently, that like, I talk about my past. I talk about my, like, all the stuff that I got into and going to prison and dealing drugs and, you know, people dying and people, you know, getting shot at and people overdosing and like guns getting put in our faces and getting robbed and robbing other people. And like, all, you know, I tell all sorts of crazy stories of crazy stuff that I did, right? But I went out with one of my friends recently. And on the drive home, I was telling him, like, hey, you should come on my show sometime. My audience would love it if you just sat there and like reminisced with me and talked about some of this stuff and you were able to share details that I don't remember, and we could just talk about the crap that we did. And he's like, oh, I don't talk about this stuff. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, you're the only person I talk to about this stuff. Like, I wouldn't know where to begin with everybody else. He's like, I have no clue how to like verbalize the stuff to them and make them understand who I used to be. It's like, I have absolutely no clue how to start that conversation with them, right? Like a conversation like that, I would say that's like an emotional conversation, right? He's talking about like his incapability of having emotional conversations with other people. And so the things that like make him who he is and the things that shaped him and were big parts of his life, these are things that he only shares with me, and this is just like a thing just between us now for him, and nobody else knows about it, right? But for me, I just talk, like, I'm a pretty open book. I talk about this stuff all the time. Anytime I apply for a job, I've got a long record that I have to explain this stuff to them anyway, so they always know about it, like, because they do background checks on me, so I always have to explain this stuff to people. It is a part of me. It's part of who I am, and I'm pretty open about the stuff that I used to do. But for him, this is all like, this is in the past. It's erased. It's a part of him that he has put behind him, and it's just it's a whole other life. Whereas for me, like, it's a linear movement into you know, a developing person. Main thing I learned from my daughters is how grateful I should be for being a man. True. So true. My friends are dead, moved very far away. My business partner is like a friend, more of a buddy. Nice. Unless one of us says we're not friends. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Like, if you get into a fight and one of you afterwards are like, I hate you, I never want to talk to you again, then like, okay, sure. But if neither one of you say something like that, the fight in and of itself is not enough for you to assume you're not friends anymore. Like, what are your fight stats when lost? I don't know. I don't know how to phrase this. I don't think I've ever lost a fight, but there was one time where I was kind of talking crap to a guy much bigger than me. He was like 6'7", 300-pound, like, big dude. This was in a county jail. And he kept ruining the movie. He kept saying what was going to happen before it happened. And I was eventually like, bro, stop giving spoilers. Like, my friend here hasn't seen the movie yet. Stop saying this stuff. And he's like, I didn't say anything. And I was like, you did. You just literally said the end of the movie, bro. He's like, oh, you're calling. He's like, you're calling me a liar? Is that what you do? You're calling me a liar? And I was like, I'm saying that you are wrong about the thing that you're saying. So if you are purposefully doing it, then yeah, I'm calling you a liar. And he starts walking towards me, and I keep backing up. And he's like, oh, so you're just going to call me a liar, huh? You're going to call me a liar. And I keep backing up, and I'm like, I'm saying that you are saying things untrue that are like, and eventually I thought he was bluffing. So I just kept talking and kept talking. And then he eventually just wham! Just headbutted me right in my nose, broke my nose. I couldn't see anything. Blood was like pouring everywhere. And he immediately walked to the bathroom because that's where there's no cameras, and took his shirt off and was standing there like, come find me. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. And he's like screaming and yelling. And I've got like 5 guys. I'm like tripping over myself, like, where is he? I don't see anything, but I'm coming. And I got like 5 guys like, bro, where you are not about to fight anybody. What are you doing? You literally are dripping blood everywhere. And I look down, and there's like a puddle of blood all over the place. From my nose was just gushing blood. So that, like, sure, I guess you can consider that one a lost fight. Outside of that, I've never actually like lost a fight. Like every other fight that I've ever been in, handily won. Easy peasy. That is an L. Okay, so yeah, so that's an L. I don't know how many fights I've been in, but every other fight, pretty quick.
No, but are we friends? Yeah, because we stream sometimes. And we might even hang out in person maybe once. No, I haven't done it yet, but maybe soon. But like, what does that mean? How close does that mean? But I think people do, well, you're associating with them. You're having dinner with them. You must be close to them. But like, you can do those things with people and never know anything about them. At least I can. Right? So that's the problem. Is like, which bubble am I in? What's the language mean? What does it mean to be a friend?
Well, that's part of the structural system, right? I think streaming is especially fraught for this. Because one of the things that, at least in the areas I swim in when it comes to as a new streamer, it's very, very personal. People talk about their personal beliefs, their personal feelings, their personal thoughts, their personal, etc. They are the product. People come to see you. They come to see you as a person. They come to see me. Well, sometimes.
Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up. I haven't mentioned this all stream. Take a second, hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate you guys joining me today. Press that thumbs upsies button.
As a person, right? Like, they want to get to know us, and so it kind of bleeds, the professional and the personal bleeds together, and I think what are really fraught and problematic ways, potential problematic ways. It doesn't have to. I think there are examples of people who swim well in these spaces, who are able to navigate the social milieu very, very well, very appropriately, right? I think one of the criticisms that I heard of you, if you don't mind, is that you made an erroneous assumption about the status of friendship, right? And there was a miscommunication on that end, and you ran into something that Destiny at least considered kind of a deal breaker, if you will. So I wonder, and I say all this to ask you this: in what ways can we advocate for the streamer world to be better in this regard, to have more separation, or should there be more separation between the personal and professional in the streaming world? And what does that look like?
I think a lot of streamers in this space, especially like people like Destiny's stream is a lot closer to a reality television show than it is to a political talk show. He's not like John Oliver, who's playing a character on stream or anything like that, right? It is his life. He has his wife on, he talks to his wife, he has personal interactions, he has friendships that are made in front of us, he has friendships that die in front of us, he lives his life in front of us, right? What's up, Zach? He comes from, so initially Destiny started streaming on Justin TV, or before that it was like livestream.com or something like that. But then he went to Justin TV. Justin TV was initially a website for people to hook cameras to themselves and just walk around and just live their life. And people would just get in the chat and watch. And that was it. It was just a reality television show where it was your life, just streaming live all day, every day. But when hold on. Tom, what was that? That's my police scanner. Okay. So what's up, Lou? Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So when he started streaming on there, like he was just playing video games, but the idea was for it to be like a IRL you know, reality TV show sort of thing. Then they created Twitch. So Justin TV created a new website called Twitch. And on Twitch, it was just for video games. And then over time, they moved everybody over to Twitch and then made rules that you could only play video games on stream. That was like, that's all you were allowed to do. Then eventually they made like a rule that like if you streamed for 6 hours, you could have 30 minutes that wasn't video games. And so in that time, people would just stop and talk to their chat and hang out for a while and review videos, and like they would do different things in those 30 minutes. Then over time, more and more people kept saying, we want to be able to do other things on stream. We don't want to just play video games. Like, our audiences are here for us, not just for our video game play. So we want to be able to do other things about us. So then they created Just Chatting. Just Chatting was for you to just sit and talk to your chat. And that's what they made, and that's where IRL streaming started. The first person to IRL stream was Wreckful, and then Destiny, and then other people started doing it, and then Destiny started talking about politics and philosophy, or first he started talking about philosophy, then he started talking about politics because he learned about philosophy, and then because of that, it just kind of turned into what it's turned into now, where he kept debating more and more people on politics. And then when he debated JonTron, tons of other people were like, yo, I would love to do this. This looks sick. This looks awesome. I want to do that too. And so more people started streaming on Twitch to also talk about and debate politics. I remember Destiny saying Wreckful was the one person he found intellectually intimidating. I think he literally said that today or yesterday, but yeah, he just said that. Yeah, most people found Wreckful to be like an insanely smart person from what I remember.
Ugh, I'm going to sound like such a little record here, but like the only solution I have encountered myself is recognizing once again, like who are your inner circle, who are your casual friends, who are your coworkers, like have a shared reality in a way. Because again, I think that like in high school, just because you hopped from table to table and because everyone calls you a friend, there is like a spectrum of friendship, right? Don't we have best friends? And so for me, I just got really confused through the process of like what we were all talking about. Because again, I'm a person that people usually come to. They tell me a bunch of stuff about their life. Like I have even like much more famous YouTubers in my DMs, but I'm not their friends. Like they just tell me about their life and I hear it and I give them some advice and they go on their way. But they do always feel close because when you share intimate relationship stuff, when you talk about your life, it makes you feel intimate. There's that experiment people do where you ask each other a certain set of questions, looking each other in the eye, and all of a sudden you will feel attached to a person. So I think we need to recognize we're human and we have flaws, that we get attached inappropriately, but also appropriately, that it's okay to feel hurt that something went wrong. I mean, I feel hurt, sure, through this process, but I also really, really know I've done this 1,000 times. All it is communication error. It's communication error. Because in my personal life, my real life, obviously all my friendships are great. We've been friends for 12 years, 6 years, like we've all been friends forever, and then my siblings, right? When I look at my online life, the reason I always see it crumble is one, the personal. I don't know if I should give you a real answer or a political answer. I feel like giving you a political answer.
Do what your heart desires, but now I want to know both.
Okay, so the political answer, I'll say it. The political answer is we shouldn't get to know each other. We should be professional and we shouldn't be vulnerable with each other. But the real answer is that we will, because we're human and we want close.
Not even that. Like, if people are there for you to be vulnerable, if they're there to know about you, if they're there to learn about you, if that's what they enjoy, if that's how they get to parasocial relationships, like that, then that's what you do. That's what people show up for. They, like, most people aren't going to watch somebody that they don't like. Although I say that, but it seems like most of the pop streamers on Twitch are playing characters. Like Mizkif is definitely playing a character. Who's the guy who always wears the baseball cap? Really funny guy with the beard. Used to be on like Austin TV or on what's it called? Not Austin Show, whatever it was before. The Raj Royale, that sort of crap. Jay Schlatt, yes. Jay Schlatt playing a freaking character. Like, a lot of these people are just playing characters. They're just these people. John Zerka, it's hard to tell because he didn't used to be like that. But I think that the audience liked him when he was like that, and he turned himself into that for the audience. I think he doesn't know how to turn it off now.
Closeness. We want to be seen. So if you want to be seen, get ready to be vulnerable, hold yourself accountable, and get ready to really feel pain. Because earning a friendship is... Go ahead.
Yeah, what does holding yourself accountable look like in this space?
To your values.
Okay, so for example, right, to maybe make this more clear for my audience. I think I understand what you mean, but I'm not sure my audience does. So I'm going to try to walk us through this. You and I...
Genuinely concerning how people don't realize the extent of how many people are playing into a character. I think it mostly is just the pop people on Twitch, like the people that I named. Even like Ludwig and, you know, Pokimane and like all these people, like there's always stories of like how they're very different people off stream and how they're like very professional and they have like, you know, the professional sense of who they are on stream. But yeah.
And I hypothetically become close friends. We start DMing, we start sharing, we are letting each other in past our barriers, etc. And then one of us violates a boundary, right? Say, let's, for the sake of argument, just use me as an example, say I do something that was a deal breaker for you. Oh no, this is unacceptable. I'm gonna have to burn this bridge.
I'm not saying it's a problem that they do. Yeah, I'm not either. I'm just saying I don't think it's a whole lot of people. But I do think it's like, yeah, I do think it's a large amount of people, especially like the titty streamer girls. They seem to all be playing a character as well.
Whick, you are no longer in my outer circle. Whick, we have to send you away. What does accountability look like that for me? And what does accountability look like that for you in the context of online public streaming?
Okay, so first and foremost, if you didn't do anything that betrayed your values and you broke my boundary, then I would say, hey, Whick, if you're open to it, is it okay that we don't act in this way in association with me? And if it's not okay, then we need to renegotiate the way we interact. Because I'm open to that. I'm always open to people coming and leaving my life because it's a part of life. I don't know how to fix online streaming spaces. I think we're humans and we're messy. And I think the best way to fix anything is communication. But I don't think you have good communication if you're not willing to admit...
She is mediating soon. She will be a bubble guru Habibi. True. All right, I can't listen to this anymore. What is
Actualization. You're doing great, and I respect that about you. And you know what I find really remarkable about your content is when I watch you,
Okay.
You're expressing so many of the same principles that I found very, very helpful in recovery. And this was like written by a team of PhD specialists, right? And like you came up with this on your own. So I think that really speaks to the insight that you have. I just I can say this personally pushes me away a bit, and but you can just ignore that. 100%.
Well, you know what? I want an answer, but I have a theory. So this is my theory. Please. My theory is that maybe there's something I'm missing with like a cultural bubble, because in my head, this is really common where I was raised.
She doesn't believe in a cultural bubble. This is the thing. It's like when Destiny talks about generalities, she says, I don't believe anybody's ever talking about generalities. I think they're always talking about their own bubble, and they just think they're speaking in generalities.
To talk like this.
Sure.
So I'm like, okay, Brittany, you're the problem. But the thing is my channel is supposed to be a safe space for me. It's not supposed to be a safe space. So I was streaming that day with my audience, right? So when I express my views, it's to be most myself. But if he was in front of me, or if you were in front of me, well, then I think, how does Brianna want me to talk to her? Like, how do I express to her in a way that makes sense? But I have yet to have that opportunity, right?
Right, of course.
So fingers crossed, maybe we'll have it one day. But I really need to understand. And by the way,
do you want it? Do you want that opportunity?
I want
just not care. Right.
Okay, so Brittany, the content creator, would love to have a healthy discourse on content creation online. Brittany, a friend, needs to have a consent conversation in private, because I want to talk about stuff we're not supposed to talk about online.
Got you.
Right.
Okay. Well,
there we go. It's I really appreciate what you do, and hope we can talk again.
Yes, ma'am. I really adore you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Well, look at this hug box here, Brianna. We love you, but as much as we love you,
yeah, Whick
to the void. All good fun. No, Brianna's a great. I consider Brianna a friend.
She's great. Yeah.
She's great. Yeah. I think that, like, at the end of the day, that answer, right, of authenticity versus courtesy is a value judgment. It's a value call, right? And viewing it as a either or, I think might be a disagreement we have. But I already elucidated that. Already talked about that. I think that like, we can synthesize these things in a way that is still consistent, not contradictory, still authentic, but not harmful. And yes, absolutely, my stream, I'm saying what I want.
All right. I'll be right back. I gotta grab some cheesecake.
I really hate to be talking about Dylan Mulvaney again, because let's be real, at this point, the right wing may as well be Dylan's personal marketing firm. But here we are. We're going to do it, all right? Because I think this is an interesting topic. After completing their 365 days of girlhood, Dylan is now the face for, drumroll please, Bud Light. Yes, that Bud Light. The one whose average drinker looks like this, or this, just your stereotypical Republican uncle. Now, you may be wondering, you may be thinking to yourself, I know microdosing is popular amongst the creative community these days, but the Bud Light marketing team surely are macrodosing their shrooms this time. Because surely there is no way they are not losing customers by doing this nonsense. Surely the fraction of the population that are trans cannot possibly be such avid beer drinkers that this was a lucrative marketing decision. Right? No. Actually, I think the answer may be less obvious than we think here. While corporations may be chock full of left-wing activists encouraging them to post about the latest social cause 24/7, they still remain relentless profit-making machines, which is why every Pride Month you get the same thing. The Saudi Arabian Twitter account never changes their logo to rainbow flags while every other one does. This gives us a hint that these companies are not completely stupid, right? They know where their leftist activism marketing will work and where it won't. And the fact that they are still doing it here in the West with this stuff like the Dylan Mulvaney campaign tells us that they have numbers we don't. They know something we do not about the money they are making and where they are getting it from. And clearly, what they are seeing on their end is that go woke, go broke is simply not true. And it is more important than ever that conservatives start accepting this hard truth and having a conversation considering why this is the case. But first, a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Bud Light, for all your man boob growing needs, celebrating my 7th year of boyhood. I kid, obviously. I actually wanted to say a huge thank you to Black Forest Supplements, who I am 1000% certain will never be doing woke ad campaigns, considering their focus is on increasing masculinity, muscle, and testosterone. Now, I pretty much never take supplement ads on, but with testosterone, I spoke to a few of my friends that are avid in the gym and health community and got fairly positive reviews, as well as studies sent to me showing real differences in muscle growth. We are all painfully aware at this point that testosterone levels have been on a steep decline in the Western world amongst men, and people try to find all sorts of ways to combat this, like turning to steroids, which looks great for a bit until you get those nasty little side effects, including a shutdown of your natural testosterone production, whereas terkestrone is a solution to this without the nasty side effects, helping you combat fatigue and build muscle at the gym, both of which amp up your natural God-given testosterone production, with recent studies even showing significantly higher increase in muscle mass observed in both animals and humans dosed with terkestrone. Of course, I would absolutely encourage you to do your own research into it, but I am a big fan of more natural approaches to improving self-esteem and combating the health and hormone crisis we are facing in both sexes today. If you are interested in checking it out, looking to get Beachbody ready, please go to blackforestsupplements.com/Southern and use code SOUTHERN for 10% off. All right, so why is go woke, go broke a lie? Well, it is partly our fault. By allowing woke mega corporations to arise and exist in the first place, since my time in politics began, I've watched conservatives eternally defend the rights of every large corporation to do basically whatever they want with the repeated call of, it's a private company, bro. And as a result, they have gone completely unchecked, taking advantage of a system which is not, in fact, capitalist.
I love that she's able to admit this. It's really obnoxious when people say stuff like go woke or go broke, or go woke and go broke, because it's just not true. Like, all of these businesses aren't going woke and doing, like, you know, Pride Month stuff all over the place because it's losing them money. Like, no, they do it because these are cultural norms that are making them more popular.
Capitalistic or meritocratic at all, as I've explained far too many times over the years. Yet for some reason, Conservative Inc. and Reason.com want us to believe Jeff Bezos is just like the rest of us, but simply the hardest worker out there, pulling himself up by those bootstraps. Meanwhile, I'm sure old Jeff is giddy every time we call his detractors filthy communists, as it distracts us from asking just how Amazon and other mega corporations wormed their way into their positions by undercutting Western businesses, employing slave labor, and lobbying for tax cuts every other chance they get. With these vast economies of scale, mega corporations will always be able to produce things for the cheapest prices, get them to you the fastest, and in the largest quantities. And what do economically conservative individuals like most when going shopping? They want the best products that they can get at the best price you can get it, in the quantities they want, when they want it, with the best service. One such company that operates like this is Anheuser-Busch, who also happens to own Bud Light. So you want to boycott Bud Light, huh, conservatives? Because they hired Dylan Mulvaney, the progressive activist guy. Great, let's do it. Let's start by buying Coronas en masse to show our anger. Corona supremacy. Love a good Corona. Oh, wait. What? Corona is owned by Anheuser-Busch as well? Okay, no problem. No worries. Let's get fancy then. Let's all get Stella Artois. Wait. Also owned by the same company? Fine. Modelo, Alexander Keith's, Labatt, Kokanee, Beck's, Shock Top, Foster's, Great Northern Brewing. Wait, all of them are owned by the same company as Bud Light? All of them? Literally hundreds of the most popular beers around the world? That poses a bit of a problem, doesn't it? Don't even know if I can remember all those. That's right, you can't boycott them. You can't even travel overseas and try to get some damn obscure beer to boycott them. They own it all. If you like beer, you're simply never going to succeed. This is essentially a monopoly. And very well, you may think to yourself, fine, you know, this company is essentially unboycottable if I want to keep enjoying my drinks with friends or going to bars anywhere in the world. But their actions are still not adding up. Why not just try to sell more of their beers to their base? Why are they opting to reach out to the woke, who hardly enjoy a good beer and barbecue culture? Well, honestly, the more I think about it, it's the only logical route for them, because realistically, that's the only market base they actually have to expand to, and one of the growing markets for the future, for sure. It's a tough pill to swallow, don't get me wrong. It's taken me a long time to accept it, but it's true. The left are winning young minds, and in part, they are doing it by using the right's own talking points and activism against them. I grew up listening to conservative figures all the time telling me I lived in the best economic system in all of history, capitalism, and that within this system, monopolies were impossible and meritocracy always wins. Well, many sane conservatives are now aware and making it more known that we are not in capitalism, we are in cronyism. It is far from highlighted enough, so much so that for the most part, the narrative that the right believes we're living in a beautiful capitalist utopia persists. And young people are seeing reality contradict that, with the economy crumbling and everyday monopolies dominating, right? But worst of all, this younger generation who feel both hopeless and fearful in this ever-corporatized and soulless world feel mocked rather than understood by older conservative generations, and in large part, They have very valid points here. Valid points that cannot be swept away by avocado toast commentary, mind you.
I don't know what you're talking about, but capitalism works. That's trickle-down economics right there. Maybe if you weren't living with mommy and daddy and tighten up those bootstraps. You just need to work harder. You're just not working hard enough. Maybe you shouldn't spend that money on Starbucks and you'd be able to afford to pay rent. If you don't like the way it is, why don't you start your own business? Make some real money. Stop complaining. Y'all's generation always complaining.
And you know, these aren't just a bunch of pure nihilists who hate everything either and have just given up. You watch some of the younger generation's videos, and a lot are naturally inclined to want more conservative things and crave that in their lives, but they just see them as unattainable.
You know what's crazy is like the way that babies have so quietly become a luxury. Like now, it's not like whenever someone brings up that they're having a kid, it's not like, oh wow, that's amazing, congratulations. You're like, how the fuck are you affording this? And literally the only people that I know that are having babies, like planned babies that they wanted, are the fucking rich people. But it is just really insidious how bringing life into this world, babies, something that should be normal and celebrated, and like I said, is part of the fucking human experience, are now like a luxury.
And in reality,
this is it is getting harder for the individual within the economy, but we demand a lot more of our economy today. We demand a lot more of our production. We demand speed. We demand customer service. We demand all sorts of other things now that we didn't demand before. And so those things demand more people. So let's say 50 years ago, we had a McDonald's making about $1,000 a day, okay? And they employed like 7 people at a time. Well, now today, when they're making $2,000 a day, all of those 7 people are not making double what they were making before. We hired double the amount of people. People expect those 7 people to be making double because the production is double. But the production is only double because there's double the amount of people to do double the amount of production. Well, not only that. I mean, there's like obviously a lot of technology that goes into that as well, but
action to their being mocked and blamed for the economic and societal position they are in, which began to decay well before they were even born, Gen Z and millennials turn to the left wing, a place that will accept them, understand their economic woes, and even if they don't buy into all of the woke stuff, generally just for social acceptance with their age group, they'll simply accept it as the norm. You know, paying the rent and being able to get a living wage is probably more important to them than all of the societal battles going on in the culture wars. Bud Light ultimately knows they are not losing the older generations of beer drinkers who are either A, not going to care about the internet commentary going on at all, or B, at worst, are simply going to boycott their brand for another brand they probably own anyways. That is, if these people can even afford to boycott certain products in the first place, because the truth is, most working class people who aren't woke are still purchasing things en masse from Amazon who signal progressive messages all the time. In large parts of North America, they simply do not have the economic heft to boycott mega corporations that offer the lowest prices. Feeding their kids is always going to come well before caring whether a pride flag is wrapped around the box with their child's new school shoes in it, which are at least a quarter of the price on Amazon than they are in a local shop. Don't get me wrong, I am someone who really appreciates when people can put their money where their mouth is, when they buy things from companies that support them instead of ones that are politically opposed, right? Lord knows I appreciate the hell out of everyone who boycotted Airbnb after my parents were unjustly banned by their blood libel. And when it got all the way up to Tucker Carlson, at the very least, it shook the company enough to get a coy response and a reinstating of their accounts. And you know what? There actually was a little dip in their value right after I did my Tucker hit, and that was fun. It gave me a bit of that dopamine hit of success, feeling that we're working together to really change things. But the hard truth is, a couple weeks after that, eventually they bounced right back. As did Coca-Cola, despite their anti-white seminars, as did Walmart, despite the requirement for vaccine passports, and as will Bud Light, despite their ad campaign with Dylan Mulvaney. Boycott against them is like firing a BB gun at a home intruder. Yeah, you might be able to give them a little sting.
You said, Tom, why does her face look like that? I don't know what you're talking about. Look like what? It looks like her face. She just looks like she's getting older.
maybe take an eye out, but they'll still be rushing towards you, and it's going to be a bad time. And it's important for both our mental
She says that she's done Botox before, but that's it.
health and optimism to understand our own limitations, and that
Later,
while we
Tidro.
can still do our part where and when we can, something
What's the best way to throw you some money? The Streamlabs button in the description, probably the best way. Who is muted? I don't know, Michael. They just start spamming that randomly, dude. They just say stuff sometimes. They're literally just making it up.
things are ultimately going to be out of our control. And I know, the take everything into your personal responsibility type people don't like that, but it's true. And the failure of go woke, go broke is a part of that. You as an individual do not have the power to stop a multinational corporation or the mass indoctrination of the youth. Neither do I. Maybe if we were CEOs of a company ourselves that could change the policies, or politicians, we'd have some power. There's a chance there. We definitely saw Ron DeSantis stop businesses from requiring vaccine passports and...
Dude, I don't know what you guys are talking about. She talks like most freaking news anchor women. Like, she sounds like most news anchor women. She does have a little bit of a lisp, but I'm pretty sure she did when she was young, and she worked for... What was the first place she worked for? It was like Canada something television.
The Georgia House in 2021 voted
Oh,
to
you're
strip
talking
down
about
to
Blair,
airlines
okay.
of multi-million-dollar tax breaks when they tried to interfere in
Yeah, Blair's rough.
legislative business. And those are great actions that we as individuals can support, right? I'm not going to come out and say,
Yes, Rebel News, yes.
don't put any effort in, don't send letters, don't, like, of course, keep doing that stuff. But we also have to understand there is a good chance that no matter how much we personally boycott, things...
Yes. I saw the first time you posted it, Lou. You guys are behind. You need to catch up, okay? You guys are all typing things way after I've said it.
may continue the way they are going so long as the rich, elite, and powerful are corrupt. So since the dawn of time, right? At this point in the world, the best way to keep our sanity is to choose to do good because it is good, because it is right. Write to your
You
local
take the
office
L.
because you feel you're writing truth and you have something you want to tell them, not because you think 1,000% it's going to change things, right? Boycott because you feel it's better to support your local business than a big brand. But we cannot expect as individuals to change the entire world. That's too much to put on ourselves and may never happen. So while I think go woke, go broke isn't necessarily true and is mostly a cope for wanting to feel in control of a world that is gone in a direction we don't...
Look, all I know is her sister's hot. I'm going to keep watching her until I can get close enough to talk to her sister, okay?
understand anymore, it's okay.
Ted
It's
Rowe,
okay
let's
that the world doesn't make
go.
sense. If
Top
you're a Christian,
Fool. Hells yeah, dude. Let's go.
Tidro
get
became a member.
Hell yeah, dude. Got some new emotes. Who's her sister? Bro. Who's her sister? This is her sister. Let's perv out for just a little bit, okay, guys? I know all the gay guys aren't into it, but we're doing it. Like, what is this? I don't know if she has a Twitch channel. I don't know. This is enhanced. What are you talking about? There. And she's smart too. Yeah, she reads. Hell yeah, let's go!
Lachlan Nidri became a member.
Lachlan. Appreciate it. Welcome to Fools 1. You think the last photo is fake? You don't think she was really in a library? I think these are all different people. That's Lauren.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too. My dinky puss? Is that what that says? My dinkle puss. Mr. Dinklepuss. Sorry, I can't read it on the screen. It's messed up text. So yeah. Lauren Southern's sister. Yes, please. I'll wing for you. I'll wingman for you. Double date. Southern sisters. I'll take Lauren. You can have the other. Fair enough, man. Yeah, it's just the booty. It's just the booty for me. That's it.
And that's just what you're taught from the get-go. And if not, either way, I don't think it's made sense for a long time. We live on an earth that murdered Jesus, murdered countless saints, that's committed numerous genocides, thousands I'm sure we don't even know about, where if you were born on a different continent, even just today, instead of confusion over your gender, you may have been confused about whether to cannibalize your aunt or your baby sister. This place is full of human confusion and evil. But that certainly doesn't make us powerless or mean beauty does not exist. Some aspect of it is being lost, for sure, and perverted by governments, media, and corporations, which should be fought back against, but we can also create beauty every day in our lives. Honestly, this is the ultimate crisis of the conservative movement, I find. I see a lot of people, and definitely myself in the past, just trying to desperately fight and claw back and preserve things that, quite frankly, have already been lost. When I think the only path forward is to embrace healing and making more beauty ourselves. Not rejecting broken people in a broken world, because that's going to be everyone, and that's all that's going to be left if we go that route. You can't cut off the infected bits of modernity and try to hold on to something that's gone. It's all infected. You have to go the way of healing, loving people into healing. You know, forgive me for turning a random culture war video into a rant about my deepest interpersonal philosophies, but that's where we're going today, okay? That's where we're going. Because I would say in the last few years, watching so many of the things I have fought for so hard not coming to fruition, it's forced me to finally come to peace with what I can and cannot change in this world. And to realize that the most immense power we have is to change ourselves and the lives of those directly around us who want to change as well, who want help, who want love. And that's a lot more people than you'd think. So, you know, while these mega corporations and governments may very well persist in winning economically, socially destroying our society, you sure as hell can win in saving your own soul, giving kindness and goodness to the people around you, saving an individual life, which is a whole universe for someone, right? Growing your community. And Lord knows, when you build up the communities and people around you and band together instead of trying to find our perceived power so much in these global battles going on, I think you'll find that we have a lot more power to change larger scale things as a whole when we start to unite on the micro. And people who already have strong communities know this very well. People that are engaged with their churches, their neighbors, all of that, you know this. That's where the real foundations are built. So in conclusion, I would say the world might be crumbling around us, and perhaps there's nothing we can do about it. Probably, actually. But once you've built up an incredibly healthy community of mentally well-united individuals who are that way because they've supported each other, spent their efforts building one another up rather than fighting detached global battles, you have a far stronger foundation to end up freeing the minds of the youth, becoming economically self-reliant, and creating something new from the ashes. The battle is not happening here on the internet, my friends. It is happening out there in the real world. And it's been my personal journey figuring that out. And yeah, I hope that resonates with some of you watching. And on a last positive note, I did find a beer that was not owned by Anheuser whatever, who owned Bud Light, Molson Canadian. There we go. You can never go wrong. Right? No, 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 no. 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 What? For sake.
Okay. All right. That's it for me, ladies and germs. I gotta go to sleep. Appreciate all the subs. Appreciate all the new memberships. I think we've gotten like 6 or 7 over the last couple days, so that's been awesome. I think I will be on tomorrow, I believe. Gonna send you guys over to Zonia. Oh no, wait. Radical Coder is gonna be on Modern Day Debate. I can't tell if that's with Katie. Who is that? Who is this other person? So I know that's Radical Coder. That's Haas. That's JF Gary Epi. Who is this? Yes, Zonia is like a shark, yes. Is it Katie? I don't know. But I will definitely watch this. This sounds fun. I would love to debate Haas and JF Gary Epi. If I debated them, I would go full schizo. Her name's Ashley? Okay. Yeah, if I was on Modern Day Debates against them, I would go full schizo. 100%. That would be fun. I would go in just planning on having fun. Everything they asked, like, well, do you think this is too far? I'd be like, I don't know. Is your mom too far? Haha. Let's go. But all right. Till next time. Appreciate you. Love you. See you then. Later, fools. Later, fools. Make sure you guys spam. You gotta spam a whole lot of stuff when you get into Zonia's chat. Just flood her chat with all sorts of red faces and fool's raid and all sorts of crap. You just gotta just flood it. Just make her chat a freaking mess. Just make it the worst place on earth, okay? It's gotta be a horrible place.